Good evening, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. So we are going to go through a video that Tommy McMurtry did. He did an interview with Mark Ward. So we're going to examine some of the things that were said in this interview. And before we go there, I just want to go through some of the videos that Pastor Brett has done recently with Mark Ward. So you mightn't be aware of the video that Brett has done with Mark. And so this is the video here. So this is 2 days ago. So he's only had 179 views. So I dare say people don't really know about this. And also a video. Oh, sorry, that's the video that I'm going to go through. This is another video by Mark Ward where he sort of mentions me in a roundabout way. So I'm going to deal with all these little bits of information, but then we're going to go through the Tommy McMurtry video. And so Bryan Ross is in the house. Hey, Bryan, good to see you. So I know it's probably early morning over there in America. It's about 11:30 at night here in Australia. And so I'm just going to get straight into this. And so what was said in this interview, I'm not going to go through the whole thing. I've learnt to write down the notes of when these things begin to get talked about. And so around about the 21-minute 50 mark, so about here, I'm brought up in this conversation. So I'll let this run probably for about 5 minutes. And I might stop it just to comment a little bit, but we'll just go through this section.
You, I've been there and done that, Mark, and you can say, well, yeah, okay, you got me by 20 years, okay, and you know, that's all right. I mean, none of that means a thing if I'm out there dogging you like the, real King James onlyists want to do. I do want to, the Bible says that blessed are the peacemakers, for they should be called the children of God. Right. So what I want to do is I also want to try to open a door that has been closed. Okay. So let me show you something real quick, and then I won't say anything. I'll just show it to you, and you tell me what comes to your mind.
Yes, I know the individual who's responsible for that volume.
Do you have a copy of it?
I don't.
You get one, please. Go to Amazon.com and get one. They're cheap. He doesn't make a lot of money on it. He gives almost everything he has to his ministries over there. He's started churches. He's got a whole string of churches in Pakistan, and his wife is a Pakistani, and so and he's beautiful. But he's a beautiful brother. I love him, and I love you, and I would like to see you two talk, because he would be more than willing to. And it seems like it turned into a James White versus Steven Anderson kind of thing, where you guys are, and I haven't seen one video from you saying, well, Nick Sayers says this and Nick Sayers says that. I haven't seen that. So, okay. But I would like to say that, in reviewing your videos, which everybody does, Pastor Dwayne wouldn't have questioned you if he didn't watch your video and review it. I wouldn't be if I didn't watch your stuff, I don't know, man. I would like to see you two get together, because you know what? He is right here. This is absolute evidence of someone who is already went in the direction that you are asking Dan Hafley to go. Can we get together and do this? This is amazing. If you read it, you'll be like, wow, because this is an update that you're looking for, but he didn't change the meaning of the text, i.e. has the comma, has Acts 8:37, has, all those missing verses. And I always
does the
tell...
King James.
No. Yeah, so does. Yeah, amen. Right. But But again, the New King James does some things that I don't even want to get into that, because if we get into that, we're going down the text critical road. And I don't want to do that.
So we don't have to go down the text critical road because the New King James uses the Textus Receptus, just like the King James.
Yes. In the translation process, yes, I agree. I know Art Farstad too, and I knew Art Farstad, and yes, I agree. I agree 100%. They did in translation use the TR, and I'm not a big, you won't hear me spouting TR a lot. I'm more Byzantine text, but there are things about the TR that are just, it's just absolutely amazing. This is an amazing translation, Mark. I truly encourage you to get it. And my prayer is that one day you'll open up a conversation with Nick Sayers and just let him interview you. That's all. And somebody's got to be the one to say, you know what? All right, I'll be the one to make peace. And I think that might be you. I think you can be the one.
Yeah.
And, I think it's incumbent upon us sometimes, Mark, especially as pastors, because people are looking to us, just, I don't know, try it, bro. And don't say anything now. That's fine.
Okay.
I don't want you to feel pressured to, that's just my encouragement. I love you, man. I love you with all my heart. You've been a blessing, and I thank you for your patience too.
Thank you, Brad.
While I've been slopping around here.
Okay, so Brett gave me a pretty big plug there with Mark Ward and said, to read what I've done, and he rates it. Now, I understand Mark Ward is plugging the New King James. One of the reasons why I've actually worked on the edition that I've done was because I used to read the New King James. I've read it multiple times. I used to hand out boxes of New King James Bibles. I've gone overseas many times handing out these Bibles, and I have seen deficiencies in the New King James enough for me to go, well, what else can I hand out? So when I've gone over to like Fiji with boxes of New King Jameses, or Papua New Guinea, I've been there 13 times. What am I going to hand out? What am I going to give people? Obviously, people do struggle to read the King James in those places. They have usually their own local language, but a lot of them speak English in Fiji. Most people will speak English. They'll speak it at home. They'll speak it at work, at school. Papua New Guinea, the same thing. When I street preach in Papua New Guinea, they understand what I'm saying. I don't need an interpreter there. And so when I've found firsthand, just dealing with people, that they can they want modern versions. They don't want King Jameses because of that language barrier. But I just found there was enough in the New King James to alert me to the point where I was concerned about that. And so I started working on my own edition of the New Testament. I brought that out I actually brought it out around about 2011. And I wasn't really that happy with that one because, I guess in a way I was just trying to rush something onto my computer. But I used that as a draft. And then after a while I polished it and it became the 2016 edition. That became the first Bible that you saw on the Textus Receptus Bibles website. But lots of people were asking me to put it into print. And so a friend of mine gave me some money, and I spent lots of my own money to get it printed in India, but basically got scammed. And so thousands of dollars were wasted. So eventually I worked on getting it published in a self-publishing company, and it's been fine. And so I can't really regulate the prices. It's as low as it can get. I know different sites have different prices. The best price seems to be Barnes & Noble. But at the end of the day, I spent probably about 6 hours just going through it today. Now this is like a bit of a draft copy. So I'm just going through, just highlighting things and Lots of dog-eared pages here. So I went through and made about 20 amendments to the PDF. So that includes things like sometimes I find a number and it's faded and it's in blue ink for some reason. But there were some places that have been brought up in other articles about other Bibles. And so I've read through them and gone, well, I hope I'm not making that same error, same mistake. And lo and behold, I've gone through and gone, actually, I don't have the plural you there. I should, instead of just you, it should say you all. And so I put that in some of these places. Sometimes, another you here. You needed to be in italic. I didn't have it in italic. So just little things like that. But I'm just constantly going through. Some of the places, like say, for example, it has the word therefore. And I didn't have the word therefore. And so therefore, I put back the word therefore to match it up closer to the King James, because I don't want to depart from the underlying Textus Receptus, which the King James accurately represents. And so sometimes you're looking through TR Bibles and they will all omit a certain word. And so these are the type of challenges that I'm faced with. But anyway, so I'm doing that. That's a project I've been working on for years and years and years. So Brett has purchased a copy of that. It is when I first brought this out, it was designed to be a red letter edition. Now, what I did, I went through the PDF and I made all the red letters black. And I thought that's fantastic. So I uploaded it and then I ordered the book and it came out with like a gray where all the red was, but on the PDF it was all black. It was all it was fine. And so I actually had to get a programmer to help me with that. I just went on Freelancer and got someone to help me. It cost me quite a fair bit of money, but I was able to just then upload the Bible without any type of discoloring or anything like that. So this is a supplement to the King James. I would prefer people just read the King James. That's fine. I read the King James usually when I'm doing studies, even when I'm doing my eschatology series online. I actually use the 1611. I love that website that I can go to, look at the 1611 and go through that. But that's for myself. I understand there are people out there who struggle. And so, but people have looked at the New King James, they've found it flawed. Say, for example, in 1 John chapter 3, verse 16, with the words of God being completely deleted in the New King James without a footnote. They appear in the 1611, they appear without any italic. It's in the text of Beza, the underlying Greek text. It's in the text of Scrivener that he made 250 years later. That is the underlying Greek text of the King James. But in the Blaney edition, he put that in an italic because there were some places that he felt he wanted to put in italics that represented the 1550 Stephanus text. But obviously, the King James translators, they primarily used like 99.99, between 99.99 and 99.98% of the time, they used Beza's 1598. And so for Blaney to go back and put italics, I understand the chapter before had a huge amount of italics. It said, "For he who acknowledges the Son hath the Father also," all in italics. So the very next chapter is where it has "of God." That was put in italics by Blaney. But the King James translators either mistakenly thought that it wasn't in the Greek, so they just deleted it, or they purposely deleted it because the Westcott and Hort text doesn't have that either. So either way, they've made a mistake there. It's not following the TR there. And so to me, that's an issue. That's just one issue. I know me and Mark personally on Facebook have talked about Matthew 1:1 with generation. And I know I convinced him of that. He jumped onto Facebook, I think it was like 2017, 2018 or something like that. And it was him, Peter Gary, Elijah Hixson, and a whole bunch of these guys. And they were pretty active in groups. And I'm pretty sure it was Robert Truelove's group. And I guess in a way, Mark's sort of saying that, I'm vitriolic, and as we'll see that a little bit later. But I'm going to show you the first time that I sort of said Mark Ward is Mark. I actually said he is a wolf in sheep's clothing, and so he got highly offended at this, and he's blocked me. But why would I say such a thing? Because of what he's saying. Because see, this is one of the things. One thing I've realized, people like James White, they have a lot of sway. James White made up a lot of things about me, and he would talk about my character and talk about things that I'm saying, and and I was just always challenging James White on facts and stats and figures. But then he'd turn around and say, this guy is, and he would talk about all this emotional stuff. This guy's desperate. This guy's unhinged. This guy's, all this stuff. And he would just make up stuff about me. And I even showed people who weren't saved at the time, like some family members. I was saying, look at what this American apologist guy is saying about me. And they're like, what, where does he get this information from? Because they know me, and he doesn't know me, and he's saying all this stuff. And so I just had to be, I had to be really careful with James White because of what he was saying. And so, and then after, years go by, and sometimes you even forget why. It's like, why do I not like James White again? Oh, that's right, because he said this, he said that, he lied about this, he said this, and I've got a list of things. So what I actually did in the Revelation 16:5 book that I wrote, I actually put a lot of those type of quotations that James White was saying about me, because and now it's documented. It's you can go back, you can look at the time stamps of different videos and things like that, and because some people were believing what James White was saying about me, some TR people, some King James people. So James White would just do a program, go blah blah blah, and then he would never mention me by name, but he called me the TR guy. And he said, "Oh, the TR guy. Oh, he did this, he did that. He's desperate. I knew these desperate people. And usually they tell the story about someone else and say that these people are psychos, these people are all this and all that, and then they start talking back about me, and people sometimes think that he's still talking about me, and not everyone is listening intently about everything. But then it just became, he's a Ruckmanite or he's a whatever, So the TR guy, I was just sort of thrown under the bus by James White. But some people were repeating what James White was saying, some TR people. So that's why I was like, no, I'm really going to defend myself against this guy. I'm over this. This guy is supposed to, let alone just be a Christian. See, I came out of atheism. I didn't grow up in the church groups where you lie to mum and dad and sneak out the back with your girlfriend or whatever. I grew up, in rough, rough as. It's amazing I'm even a Christian at all. It's one of those, testimonies. But when I became a born again Christian, one thing is, it's like you always tell the truth. Why bother lying? You know what I mean? Just tell the truth. Just be honest. And be upfront. Let people know exactly where you stand. Don't deceive people. Don't trick them. Don't hoodwink them. Don't try and tell them you're something you're not. Just be completely honest about yourself. And so I'm like that with my Christianity. So if someone just says things and it's like, well, sorry, I've caught you out in a lie. I just say it. Hey, you've lied. There's a double standard here. And if someone is lying about the stats and facts and figures, I'll point that out. Now, I know people can just make mistakes. And the thing is, I've pointed out where people have lied and all the rest of it. And then, a few years later, they're a different person and we can be friends. You know what I mean? But as we can see, what Mark seems to do in this video anyway, is he starts talking about me, and then he goes off and talks about someone else as an example. But I've always just wondered why people can't just deal with what's in front of them. You know, if someone is standing in front of them and it's like, oh, what about this person? Do you have to mention, 100 different other characters or Jesus or Ruckman or Hitler, or, just talk about the person in front. And what I find is we get to the 42-minute mark and I'm brought up again, and that's fine because I know Brett is trying to plug, and Brett's also trying to act as a bit of a mediator because he can see that every time Mark makes a video, I'm making a counter video and sort of saying, well, I disagree with this and I disagree with that. And I understand, Brett's got a heart of gold. He just wants everyone to get along. But at the end of the day, I want to get along with everyone too, but I want to get along in the unity of the faith. The faith being, every time you have hot pistis with the definite article, it is usually talking about the body of doctrines that we believe. So having the unity of the faith, you can't have the unity of the faith when you have this type of division. This is a huge division. See, Mark's saying, oh, it doesn't make any difference, but it does. It makes a huge difference. And some people don't make it a difference where other people do. And so Mark does make this a huge difference. But anyway, I'll explain myself a little bit more after we watch the rest of this clip.
At this book now, after having been and back home where I belong, I look at this James book, his book now, and I see a lot of places where he says he's not attacking the King James Version, but boy, he spent a whole lot of time ripping the KJV up and down in this book. Just read the book. I mean, it's just evident. You were more just, I never really had a problem with your book because your book was just showing people that can't we just update it? And
right.
It wasn't long after you and I started to talk, I ran into Nick. And when I heard he did that, I said, well, let me check it out. I haven't been, not one. And Nick says, if you find something that you think maybe could be something else, let me know. And he's changed it several times because of that.
So Brett, let me ask you a question, okay?
Yeah.
Nick I have mentioned Nick in one video that I can think of, but it hasn't come out yet. And I'll ask you the question I asked in that video. I point out that he created this, update of the King James, which is all I've been asking for, right? This is the whole point of my ministry. I'm not pointing people toward critical text versions per se.
Sure.
Of course, I'd be happy for them to go there, but I'm just as happy for them to stick with the New King James. I just want people to read translations into fully intelligible contemporary English. If Nick has already done that, and of course I haven't seen his volume, and I did hear him say one time recently, I don't watch his videos, but I will dip in every once in a while. And I just heard him say he views that as a
hold on
supplement.
Just leave that.
Okay, so, Mark's correct. I do say that I use the King James as a supplement. Sorry, the King James Version 2023 edition as a supplement for the King James. But that's because a lot of people are fine reading the King James. They're fine with it. And so if they're fine with it and they're teaching their kids it, that's their culture. If they're teaching their children the Spanish Textus Receptus edition, who am I to turn around and say, hey, no, you have to read this other one? If they're reading the King James, I read the King James daily. It's my Bible. And I have no problem with it. I love it. I think it's fantastic. I know when I'm reading it that I have confidence that those words are accurate. And to me, that puts my faith on steroids. I don't know if other people have that, but for me, using old street language, I mean, if you want to go and get some something off a dealer, you don't want something that's been cut. You don't want something that's full of flour or whatever. You want the pure stuff. The purer the stuff, the better. And that's what I feel when I'm reading the King James Bible. It is pure. It's clean. It doesn't feel dirty. I just know that I'm getting the words of God accurately in my own language. And sure, there might be a word here and there you look up, but to me, I came from a New King James position. Then I went to the older King James, and that became my main Bible. And I recognized lots of problems with the New King James. And so, but I do understand that there is an audience out there who say, I can't read the King James. Now, I don't want to say that every single one of them is dishonest, because I've seen people struggle. I've had friends who usually I don't push until I was doing Facebook and YouTube videos. I don't usually push my views onto people unless they really ask me. And so sometimes I'd go to a church and I wouldn't say anything, and people are like a year later, oh, you're that guy, you're on Facebook. And I'm like, oh, here we go. Then it would all come out. But I've had really, really good friends who read the New King James, and they've asked me, what do you think's wrong with it? And I've shown them like 40 examples of problems. And they're like, oh, I should read the Old King James. But they struggle reading that because their reading level is not high. And I've seen them not read the Bible as much, you know what I mean? And so I'm like, man, and I think, it depends on that person's level of understanding. It depends on where you are. Oftentimes I'm overseas preaching to people who they speak English at home, like in Papua New Guinea, Fiji, etc. And Philippines, when I street preach in the Philippines, I street preach in English. People understand me. I have to speak American English. They don't understand Australian. So I put on the accent. But most of them don't read a King James type of Bible. The ones who do are usually sponsored by King James only churches. So they're towing the line. But if they didn't have that pressure, of every time I get money, from these guys, they're saying, make sure it's King James, if they were told, hey, you can read these other ones, they'd probably just gravitate towards them. That's what I find in New Guinea. When people go to the Bible bookshop, they come out with an NIV, and I'm like, man, we've got to fix this. And so that's one of the main reasons why I've done this, just for a heart for people to have all the words of God in an understandable English. And so when I say it's a supplement, I'm saying it's a supplement for English-speaking people. Obviously, English is a worldwide language. There are people here in Australia, we understand English a little bit different to New Zealand, a little bit different to America, to the UK. I've got friends who are from Germany. They understand English better than most people I know. They actually learn proper English in school in Germany. So they, most of the time it's like if you can play a musical instrument, but you can't read music, you rarely ever bother, you can just play it. And so we speak English fluently. So half the time we don't really go and learn all the syntax and the grammar, and we have to learn that later. And usually it's when you go to learn Greek or Hebrew, you're like, oh, what is it? It's a pluperfect. What's that? And you got to figure out your own language first before you can sort of relate it to these other languages. But it is a supplement for people who struggle. If you don't struggle, you don't need a supplement. If you do struggle, there you go. It's there for you. And so that's what Mark was mentioning before the phone rang. So let's continue.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me still?
Okay. Yeah, somebody was calling, and
sure.
Because I had to turn the I got this little thing where you can put it on sleep mode and nobody can call. But if I do that, then I can't hear the sound on this. So when I shut that off, everything works. But now it allows.
So my question, calls. Brett, you've watched a lot of Nick's stuff. If he actually sees the need to update the King James and sees it well enough that he's willing to put in the many, many, many hours to do it himself, why does he hate me so much?
So this is the way that Mark Ward talks. Like he's he's accusing me of hating him. And the thing is, like, someone can be wrong, and I can say, hey, you're wrong. And if they're constantly wrong, you know, I might mock it and say, that's pretty silly. But just hate someone, like, yeah, it's like I just hate him for no real reason, you know, or I actually hate him, you know, like unbiblically, like I'm just sinning sort of thing. And this is the type of thing, you know, this is the sort of thing like James White would do. He would just say something about me and, oh, this guy's desperate, or this guy, you know, he doesn't have any answers. He's just making stuff up. And it's like, oh, no, I'm not making stuff up. And, you know, anyone can see, like the interview that I just recently did with Nehemiah Gordon on the name of Jehovah and things like that. I was talking to James White about this like 10 years ago, and I'm trying to have an intellectual conversation with the guy, and he's just blocking me left, right, and center. When I say blocking me, like, you know, he would only allow tiny little snippets of information through. And then when he had to sort of cover something, he would demonize me, throw me under the bus, and then talk about it. And so, Hilly Billy says, you know, hate requires too much energy. The thing is, how come I can get along with lots of people? I've had critical text guys on the program. You know what I mean? In Australia, hardly anyone has a TR position that I know. Most people hold to a different position. So Christians that I know, pastors that I know, most of them are just like, oh, the NLT and the NIV, you know, that they don't even want to talk about this sort of stuff. And so, but at the end of the day, I believe it's an important issue. But to say that I hate him so much means that he's not really listening to me, because what this is saying is I have an irrational. I'm not logical. I'm irrational in my judgments of Mark. So Mark will make a statement. He'll do a video. I'll go through and point out where he's wrong on these things, and he just takes that as a complete offense. Where it's basically an attack on my character as well. Because, see, what I've found with Mark is he's passive aggressive. See, if someone's just straight up front and they're aggressive, Mark would just say, look, I just don't like Nick. You know, Nick's a bit like this and that, and I just don't like him. But instead, what he does is he says, Nick hates me. I'm a victim of Nick. I'm the good guy here. Why is Nick behaving like the bad guy? And so you just end up going. And the thing is, too, according to his Bibles, in Matthew 5:22, it says, you know, if you get angry at your brother without a cause, you're in danger of the judgment. It's a sin. But according to my Bible, you can get angry with your brother if you've got a good cause. And so it's fine to do that. I mean, it's fine to have disagreements, and it's perfectly fine. I actually invite people to go through my material and critique it. When James White was going through my material, I actually wanted him to critique it. That's why I wanted his attention. I was like, hey, James, look at this. And all he saw it was an attack against his book. So he was just throwing dust in the air and just demonizing me. And it's sort of, there's like a discreditation here. It's like, why does Nick hate me so much? You know, I have a bad ulterior motive. Not that I'm just interested in truth. And see, the thing is, I'm interested in truth if Mark jumps in the way of my steamroller of truth and I run him down. It's like, well, sorry, Mark, you're in the way. You know what I mean? If you weren't there, I wouldn't have to deal with it. If you weren't saying a whole bunch of false things about the modern versions, that the Textus Receptus and the critical text, there's hardly any differences. I mean, hardly anyone on your side saying that, you know. I mean, there are people saying it, but when you get right down to it, that's their whole industry. They're not going with the TR text. They're going with the critical text for a reason. You know, James White will turn around and say, well, why would you go with an inferior text like the Textus Receptus? When you look at Dan Wallace, when he's talking about the New King James, he's like, why would you want to read the New King James with 5,000 additions to it? Why would you want that? You know, So he's obviously saying it's the wrong text, So he thinks there's differences there. When George Van Smith, the Unitarian who helped Westcott and Hort make their text, when he had worked with Westcott and Hort, he wrote a book about doctrines that are affected in that new version. So he worked on the original text there, and he was pointing out where the translation committee had changed things and Unitarian doctrines were favored. He worked on the text. And so Mark Ward knows this. And so the thing is, like, to me, to say, like, I understand if Mark's going to say, look, people are saying that the New King James isn't based on the Textus Receptus. I'm like, look, it is. I hear that all the time. I hear people on his side saying it all the time. Some people say, oh, it's sort of like a Byzantine text. People don't even know what they're talking about half the time. And then you get some King James people. They're like, oh, I don't even think it's a Textus Receptus. And it's like, oh, these King James guys need schooling. Well, people on your side, I talk to them all the time, and man, some of them are really, really ignorant of things. But I don't group people. I don't say, well, Mark Ward this and Mark Ward because of these people. And at the end of the day, if we were just looking at the differences between TR editions or something, yeah, that's minute, and that's the tiny little details. And I actually love those details. I'm more a details guy. Look at the Revelation 16:5, look at the Easter thing, all those type of things that I've done a lot of work on are tiny little things. I like to do something like the Pericope Adultera. I get really tired of big things like that, because to me it's just obvious that it should be in the Bible. But when it comes to critical text versus Textus Receptus, that's where it's like it's a mountain. 2,900 words are omitted in the Nestle Align text. That's nearly 3,000 words. So this is what I can't understand. How come a few words here and there, like Holt and Besom and these other Bism, or however you're pronouncing it, how come these words are bad, and if we go through the King James and we find them, we're like, oh, we don't understand those words, or words that we think we know that we don't really know. But then you can have 2,900 words just completely gone from a text. Surely that changes things. And the people who compiled the original base text of that with the Westcott and Hort Committee said that it changes doctrine, let alone just changing themes, let alone just changing narratives. And I've pointed out multiple times where it changes genealogies, it changes geographical locations, it changes the narrative, it changes the history, and even just in the New King James. Most of my work is actually comparing TR Bibles, because I get a bit tired of looking at ESV, NIV, and all that other stuff. It's sort of like, okay, well, I don't follow them. I'm not going to read them. I don't think the critical text is great, so I'm not going to focus on all that. But I'm focusing on TR editions, TR Bibles, and I see that even just like in the New King James, there's so many problems that it gets to the point where they add up, and you are left there going, well, what am I going to promote? The Textus Receptus editions, or the one that is tried, true, and tested. So the King James, to me, is like a solid rock. Other TR Bibles that are around it contain words of God, but you can't just hold it up and say, I couldn't in a court of law hold like a New King James up and say this is perfect. I don't think I could do that with any Bible except for the King James. I couldn't even do it with my Bible. I just did 20 corrections. Now, I'm not saying I'm finding 20 a day. That's 20 corrections over about last, 2 or 3 months. I've been studying and thinking and going through and proofreading, and people contacting me through email saying, okay, I've just read through a bunch of chapters. What about this type of theme here? By using this word, you're not going with the narrative and the theme that's in the Old Testament. And I'm like, okay, well, yeah, I'll have to think about that. And so, but anyway, I'll let Mark continue to talk. I'll just rewind it a little bit, and where he talks about, that I sort of hate him. But so it's pretty strong. I mean, see, the thing is, like someone like TurretinFan can tell that I don't hate the guy. Okay, I just don't like his position, and I also don't like falsehood. So when we're debating things, we both have strong opinions. Now, when he debates someone like Sam Shamoon, I would say Sam Shamoon hates him. You know what I mean? Because he's just vitriolic. But see, Mark says I'm vitriolic. And so I'm like, well, where? You know, I mean, I can show you video after video after video of Mark mocking people like myself, of making out that we are like the Wormwoods in the Matilda story, you know, Danny DeVito, and, you know, they're drinking beer and uninterested in education and all this sort of stuff. And so, anyway, what can I say to that? Let's listen again.
Hours to do it himself. Why does he hate me so much?
I don't think he hates you. I really don't.
And so Brett, I'm glad for Brett. You know, he's always got a good spirit, but it's like there is this victimhood. And one thing that I've noticed, I think it's actually people from the new IFB. Every time they meet up against one of Mark Ward's arguments, they're just like, oh, the guy's effeminate. Because the thing is too, the word effeminate has actually sort of changed meaning as well, where to us, effeminate means someone is, you know, they're speaking with a lisp or something like that, or they're softly spoken, or they're a little bit sissy and that type of thing. Where in the Bible, effeminate means you're a pervert. And so it's when people say that, Mark takes that strong opinion and goes, "Oh, they're making these accusations against me, you know, that I'm gay or whatever." See, the thing is, I've got YouTube pages called "I Hate Nick Sayers" that say that I'm gay. You know what I mean? I shut down Ku Klux Klan chapter just down the road here, and I used to get phone calls from people like at 4 o'clock in the morning, threats. There was a guy. Not long after we exposed them here, they sent out letters to all the Aboriginal housing areas here saying that if they saw black kids out after dark, they were going to kill them. And so I had the federal police fly up from Canberra, and no doubt Secret Service guys, and there was like 6 of them, and they all interviewed me over all this stuff about the Ku Klux Klan and stuff. So I know what it's like to be, you know, controversial, to do things that are, you know, generate heat, to actually have people really hate you. You know what I mean? Like before I become a Christian, I had a home invasion with 30 people came to my house. They smashed all my windows. I had to get the cops involved. The only way that I could keep them out of my house was because I had an axe. They were trying to come in the windows, and I'm smacking my axe right near their head, and so they couldn't get in. And after about 10 minutes, the police arrived. You know, so I was able to get out of that situation. And that was before I was a Christian. That was the sort of, you know, lifestyle that I was living. It was pretty wild. So I know what it's like to have people to hate me and trying to kill me, people disliking me. The whole thing about what I'm saying about Mark Ward is just, he's doing a video. I'm saying, I don't think it's genuine. I think he's being passive aggressive. I think, you know, he's playing the victim here. You know, and most of the time it's just that. I don't think I've ever come out and said, I wish Mark Ward would go to hell. I wish that he would die. You know, now I do run, I run 50 Facebook groups, 50. And so, now, some of them, the cult ones, they get pretty hostile. But the Textus Receptus Bibles one, I actually opened that up after Robert Truelove's group shut down. And I just allow for lots of people to get on there. Critical text people get on there. Mark can comment on there whenever he wants. He's on there. He's blocked me on Facebook, but he can comment on there. Now, that's the only place where I ever see Mark's comments, because it sort of allows you to see everyone's comments. But there's heaps of people who have blocked me on there. Now, there are people there who, you know, can get a bit mouthy and just, they'll say, you know, oh, Mark Ward this, Mark Ward that. But then, you know, 9 times out of 10, they're just talking about the Bible, talking about different things. But see, the thing is, Mark's making certain comments that is, he's becoming a lightning rod for all this vitriol. But he's sort of doing it going, I'm the lightning rod and I'm the victim. You know what I mean? And it's like, hey, hang on. And then grouping us all together like we're all part of one big Scientology cult or something. And we're all like, yeah, we all hate Mark, hate Mark, hate Mark. Hate. And it's like, no, if he wants to know what I think about him, go through my videos and go through from the beginning to the end, because I might have, talked for, 20 minutes up to a point, and then I'll make a statement and people just fast forward it to there and go, see, Nick said this, And I understand my videos go forever, but I would like Mark. I would like people to show me exactly where I hate Mark. And see, one of the things is I enjoy being like Jesus. Jesus is fantastic. Now, the vast majority of the times, you could say Jesus was positive. Now, I understand, positive or negative, they're just electrical terms. But we do use them as, Jesus had a positive influence on people where, he fed people, he healed people, he, preached to people. People loved him. Kids ran up to him because he wasn't a weirdo. Now, when you look at the life of Christ in Matthew 23, he went off at the Pharisees and Sadducees, people who he saw were hypocritical. People he saw were hindering the truth. People he saw were spreading lies and deception. So I believe the critical text is a deception. I believe the vast majority of modern Bible work is deception. I believe the Bible industrial complex is immoral. I believe collusion with Rome is immoral. And so I'm vocal about all these things. So when I see this type of thing, and when I see someone just say, oh, there's no big deal, all these Bibles are sort of saying the same thing. But then you're turning around and saying, halt is a problem. You know what I mean? It's like, how come all of the stuff that we're bringing up isn't a problem, but just the stuff that you're bringing up, it's, oh, I only want to talk about these English words. Well, you see them as a problem. We see, and I brought this up many times. This is my most used example. If we go to Scion of Zion, let's go down to John chapter 5, verses 3 and 4, where we see, in these lay a great multitude of impotent folk, of blind, halt, withered, waiting for the moving of the water. For an angel went down at a certain season into the pool and troubled the water. Whosoever then first, after the troubling of the water, stepped in, was made whole of whatsoever disease he had. So all of those underlined words are deleted in John chapter 5, okay? But what we see here is Mark's concerned about the word halt. So if you're reading the King James, you're going along, you might go, oh, halt, what does that mean? Now, in the edition that I've done, it says lame. It said lame, in 2016, before Mark came on the scene. I think that's a perfectly reasonable update of the word halt, okay? But he's concerned that we won't understand this word, but he's not concerned that these words are deleted and they're missing. And that's what I call the missing friends. And I'm glad a lot of people are talking about the missing friends, because it just seems like there's an unjust weight here, where you've got halt on one side, like, oh, get rid of the King James, because there's, these 90 false friends or whatever. But we've got 42 words here completely gone. So if you're studying about angels, you won't get this story. If you're studying about healing, you won't read this story. If you're studying about, a sick man waiting for healing, you won't get this story. A historical place, which they actually have found, which is quite amazing, because one of the main reasons for its deletion, according to Bible scholars, was that this place didn't exist, but actually found this actual place. So I'll just make that a little bit smaller because it's up to 500, which is pretty big. Now, if you look at what on this website is called counterfeit versions, NIV just says, here lie a great number of disabled people. Sorry, here a great number of disabled people used to lie. The blind, the lame, the paralyzed, and that's it. 42 words gone. Like the NASB has them in brackets. And so I can understand Brett, saying that's why he likes the NASB, because that still has lots of those type of words. NLT, it's gone. ESV, gone. 42 words, just gone. And so Roman Catholic Bible, gone. Jehovah's Witness Bible, gone. When you look at the Greek text, you can tell there's a lot omitted there. So how come these words aren't important? I mean, we believe these are the words of Almighty God. That's why we read the King James. That's why people read the King James and go, well, I'd rather have all these words and use a dictionary, these old archaic words, and use a dictionary. I'd rather have all of the words of God than, what about the missing friends that you don't know are missing? We could do a whole study on that. I've thought about on the Textus Receptus page, starting a thread. What are some of the missing words that we don't know are missing? Like say those missing words in the New King James in 1 John chapter 3, verse 16 of God, because it clearly destroys the deity of Christ there, because it says the love of God, and he says he laid down his life for us. Who did? God. Well, God the Father didn't lay down his life for us. The Son did. Oh, Jesus is God. It talks about the deity of Christ in that verse. Those words are deleted, and most people haven't known that until I pointed that out. So this is the thing. I'm pointing these things out. Will Kinney's pointing these out. Many people are pointing these things out. And so it should be well known, but people are just fighting against it and saying, oh, this isn't a reality. It is a reality. These problems are real, so, but that's one of the examples that I use, because, yes, we have the word halt here, false friend. But what about the missing friends? I want all my friends to be there, whether they're false or whatever. I'd rather look up halt in a dictionary. And the thing is, long before Mark came along, I figured it out. The vast majority of words that archaic had been figured out. And that most of that work had been done by the Trinitarian Bible Society, by D.A. Waite, Webster's. He did quite a lot back in his day, but some of the words have dropped out of usage since the 1828 dictionary. But let's continue.
Honestly believe it. I've talked to him about it. I've talked to him about it on many occasions. I'm looking. You're my friend. You're my brother in Christ. I love you. I'm going to stand up for that. I'm not going to let nobody say anything bad about you. And so that doesn't happen, though. That doesn't happen. But what happens is now here's what happens. Now because you blocked him, he's like, okay, all right, so boom, all right, well then.
He hated me before I blocked him.
He hated me before I blocked him. Well, let me tell you the story. So, as I mentioned, Elijah Hixson, Peter Gary, all these guys used to be on Facebook frequently chatting about textual issues and all sorts of things. And it was great fun, because he had people who were, some of these guys are in the academy, and they're coming up against people like myself, Stephen Avery, Will Kinney. And see, the thing is too, Stephen Avery, Will Kinney, Bible Protector, these guys have been at loggerheads with me for many, many years. And so, but we talk through these things. Like if I type in Bible Protector, Nick Sayers, let's see what comes up. Nick Sayers wants to replace the King James Bible, 2015. Let's have a quick look. And I actually did an interview with Matthew Vashur 3 years ago. So Nick Sayers, Australian who runs the Textus Receptus website, wants to replace the King James Bible with his own modernized version of it. And so clearly he's not happy with that. He has done videos about Easter. Where is it? Might be Matthew. And I'm not dissing Matthew. I'm just using this as an example to say we're all from different directions. Mark makes out we're all the same, and then he labels us all as Ruckmanites and King James onlyists and all this. And so what happens is he'll jump on a group and someone will say something to him and he just thinks that everyone's in agreement with that. Half the time I don't even know what people are talking about. Sometimes I don't even check the Textus Receptus page for like 3 or 4 days, and I go there and it's like, oh, this is what's been going on. Like it's like the Lord of the Flies sometimes, but other times there's a whole bunch of really good information, and it's like, well, yeah, that's what I'm there for. Okay, maybe I'll go to Bible Protector YouTube. He'll have it there. I just want to show you this as an example. And I've listened to most of Matthew Vasheur's material because he talks about archaic words. He's done a lot of study into this. And so, okay, let's have a look. 4 months. I think it's probably about 5 or 6 years ago. He's done videos about Mark Ward. Okay. So yeah, like 9 years ago. I wonder if it's still there. Okay, let's just look up the word Easter. Whoops. Easter. Okay. Eastern Antichrist. Yeah, exposing Nick Sayers' Easter confusion.
Nick Sayers.
And so he does a video exposing me. This is 11 years ago. And so, oftentimes people in the King James movement have come against me and I've pushed back against them. But we're able to look past each other's differences and learn and grow. So this is the thing where with Mark, a lot of people are saying, let's say Chris Yetzer, Mark's saying it's his best opponent, but Chris Yetzer is sort of blocked on all sides. I mean, even Bryan Ross has jumped into the ring and said, hey guys, I'll be your friend. And they threw him under the bus and called him a coward. And no one thinks that he's a coward. And we're wondering why that got said. It's like, what, is this how you guys treat people? So when people have actually reached out their hand in friendship, they've been yanked forward, punched in the stomach, and then they're left lying on the ground bleeding out. And it's like everyone else is looking at each other like, well, I guess I won't try and become a friend. But, and I'm not against people. I'm not against Brett chatting with Mark. I'm not against Tommy McMurtry chatting with Mark. I'm not against any of that. Mark can come on my channel whenever he wants and talk about these things. But he sort of wants to play the victim. And this, firstly, is an accusation against me that I'm vitriolic, that I'm not able to sit down and have a decent conversation. I mean, I interviewed an unsaved Jewish guy the other day, and we had a fine conversation. I even apologized for the behavior of what's his name, Ken Hovine, for making a joke about Jews when he was doing an interview with him. Everyone was like, "Oh, why'd you say that, Kent?" And he got offended by it. And so I actually said, "Look, I'm sorry about that, even though I don't have much to do with Ken Hovine." And so I'm not trying to just be a jerk. I know there's jerks for Jesus out there. But I think this is part of Mark's modus operandi to cry victim. You know, if you want to demonize someone, someone's blowing the whistle, I'm getting bashed or I'm getting raped or whatever, and everyone runs around the corner and it's that guy there. That's why I have to do these response videos, because it's actually, first off, it's demonizing people and saying, oh, well, we're all just King James onlyists and we're all sort of related to Ruckman and Ripplinger and all the rest of it. And so we have to do video after video proving that we're not. Like someone like Jeff Riddle, he's doing hour-long videos basically because Mark Ward has said these guys are promoting King James onlyism, when they clearly, in the conference that he was speaking against, that Jeff Riddle was running, they clearly said, if you want to speak at the conference, you use the King James or the New King James or the Geneva Bible. So, and then Mark's like, oh, they're promoting King James onlyism at this conference. And it's like, and see, this is the thing, you're not being careful with your words. And then you wonder why people are turning around saying, hey, dude, no, you can't say that. And you're there crying, saying, oh, you guys are big meanies. And it's like, we're not big meanies. If we wanted to be mean, we'll be mean. I know there are jerks out there for Jesus. There's the King James ugly crowd, but sometimes they can say true things as well. Sometimes you hang around those guys and you go, okay, well, I wouldn't say it that way and this way, but then they say something. Being around people like that can be like being around a house on fire where there's jewels inside and you run in and grab what's valuable and quickly run out. And there are some people in the confessional bibliology groups like that. But I mean, Jeff Riddle, Jeff's one of the nicest guys I've ever listened to. Like he's a great guy. And what he's saying is usually, all cotton wooled and nice and palatable and served on a silver platter. And it's like, it doesn't get much nicer than that. But he's still a jerk, apparently. You know what I mean? And King James onlyist, and they just got a conference for King James. So this is the thing. It's just slander. And Mark, in his article about the Textus Receptus, basically mentions me and says the only thing that he's ever said about me is that I say that the KJV only label is a smear term. It's like the N-word, which I have said, because, in my videos, I'll go through and study what a smear word is and look it up and think about it and go, okay, well, yeah, if someone's getting labeled something, like they're getting labeled a Nazi, but they're not a Nazi, we've seen that in elections recently, people, you're a Nazi. And so, oh, hang on, just because I've got a family doesn't mean I'm a Nazi, or just because I'm a white person, But we see this type of thing. You're a King James only. So, oh, am I? And then you look at the definition, the 5 definitions of James White. Even majority text people are King James only, apparently. People who hate the King James and are TR only, which I know a few of them, they're like, oh, church is wrong and baptism's wrong, but they're TR people. They're King James only too. Grandma on the couch is a King James onlyist. So she's like Ruckman, because when I say, if someone would say, I'm a King James onlyist, they may as well be saying I'm a Ruckmanite, but then that includes all these other definitions as well. So it's not a good characterization. The classification system that James White's made is completely flawed. And even Timothy Berg has pointed this out years and years ago. That's why they had the, Textual Absolutist label and all this. But even then, it was like, we're what? We're Textual Absolutists, where you are the Textual Confidence Collective. It's like this really nice term, and we're a bunch of, fascists or something, Anyway, let's continue.
It was vicious.
Would you be willing to try?
Okay, so I'll show you the viciousness of what I said about Mark Ward. So here is the actual post. August. Oops, I better move that away. Oh, there we go. Sometimes it might load up something that's not really, I don't want people to see. So I've got written here, Mark Ward, in his book Authorized, seems to completely bypass the 2,900 omitted words from the Textus Receptus. The 8,000 changes and just make out that modern versions are a grammar update. Rather simplistic, but also rather deceptive. And that's deception, isn't it? If someone says, well, the ESV is the same as the King James, that's just deception. It's not. They're not the same. If you don't have the Comma Johanneum in 1 John, that makes the whole book of 1 John different, doesn't it? If you have the last 12 verses of Mark you omitted or bracketed, or a doubt-producing footnote, or like I pointed out that the angel of the water, 42 words just missing, it makes the story different, doesn't it? And so it is deceptive. And that's what Mark was saying. Oh, no, these Bibles are just like an update. They've just got modern words. Don't you want modern words? And it's like, oh, yeah, but we want all the words. He's like, oh, it doesn't matter, His book says, so I quote Mark, so you point out where I'm being vitriolic, hateful, like he's making out. Or is he just playing the victim? So you judge this. His book says God did not say, thou shalt not commit adultery. He said, you shall not commit adultery. He didn't say of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat. He said, you are free to eat from any tree in the garden. The KJV and modern translations are saying precisely the same thing. Of course, they're speaking to different audiences, and only one of those audiences is still living. So he's making it the modern versions are just updates of language. Well, it's just not so. There are so many changes. I could be here if I was to do a marathon and drink 15 coffees in a row. I could be here for a week just off the top of my head talking about differences in modern Bibles. That's how many there are. Mark just wants to make out it's just a updating spelling and updating wording and updating grammar and a bit of morphology and syntax. So that's in his book. That's on page 79. So I said he also has a website in which he chooses only select critical text variants, which is true. Just look up Revelation chapter 1, verse 8 on his site. Let's do that right now. KJV Parallel Bible. Here's his website. Table of contents. Let's go to Revelation chapter 1. And we'll go down to verse 8. And it says, I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the ending. But that's not in the critical text. That's just one example. There are dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of examples on this website that have been pointed out for years and years and years. So when I do a whole video on Mark Ward, I'm showing these. He doesn't even care. He's not like, see, if someone made a video about me, I would watch the whole thing. Like I did with, Brett did his thing, Mark's done his thing. I'm watching it and I'm making a response video to it. Where Mark's just like, is he interested in truth? When we were originally talking on Facebook, I showed him in Matthew 1, and when you look through this, he didn't have Boaz there. He didn't have Asaph and Amos. He didn't have those either. And so I pointed out 4 issues that he had missed in Matthew chapter 1. Okay. Now, he came back and changed 3 of them. Now, the 4th one was actually to do with the generation, which he says is a critical text reading, but all the modern versions, including the New King James, say genealogy, don't they? And they're not synonymous. A generation is something completely different. So this is the book of the generation, and the book here is Vivlos. Now, if it's Vivlou, it means a small book. If it's Vivlos, it means a big book. So it's most likely talking about the whole book of Matthew. Now, the Vivlos Genesios Jesu Christou. So Genesios is the same word as Genesis. So the book of the generation of Jesus Christ. So you can word this in a bit of a paraphrastic way of saying, this is a book of all that Jesus generated, or this is what Jesus did. It's the same word in Genesis chapter 2, verse 4, where it says, these are the generations of the heaven and the earth. So once the heaven and earth were made, this is what was generated from the heaven and the earth. This is what happened. And so this is the book of the generation of Jesus Christ. It's not a genealogy of Jesus, because Jesus is the son of David, the son of Abraham. But then it goes through and it has this genealogy here of his cursed stepfather. So it goes through and it talks about different people. And clearly there are people in this lineage. I'm pretty sure it's Jeconiah. Yeah, it's Jeconiah. It was promised that no one from his lineage would sit on the throne of David. So this lineage is cursed. And does it stop at Jesus? No, it goes, and Jacob begat Joseph. It stops at Joseph. It says, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus Christ. So Jesus was born of Mary. So Joseph had nothing to do with it. So it's actually a lineage of Joseph. When you have this is the genealogy of Jesus Christ, it destroys 17 verses of narrative, makes out that Jesus didn't have a virgin birth because it's his genealogy, when it's not his genealogy. And it's a cursed genealogy. The genealogy is there to prove that when they saw Jesus do miracles, healing, and they're like, this is the Messiah, and then he rose from the dead, they're like, wow, we're absolutely convinced. Then it's like, let's do the family tree. And it's like, hang on, his dad's cursed. And God's like, yeah, because it was a virgin birth. And then when you read through the narrative, it's exactly what it goes into in the next scene. Now, the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise. So it didn't happen through Joseph. It happened through Mary, the Virgin Mary. It's a miracle. And so that whole concept is destroyed in just the New King James, let alone all these other Bibles that have a role, a genealogical role of Jesus and all this other rubbish. But so Mark knows about that. So he's got generation there. I know someone alerted me to the Simplified King James Bible. I've been going through that. I have found some issues, but it is actually pretty good. And so, but they do have generation, and I've wondered if they're actually using my argumentation for that, because I don't know anyone else who's really arguing for this. I've done quite a lot of study into that. But so when me and Mark were talking on Facebook, I showed him these things, and that's he said, "Oh, Nick, why don't you go through the whole Bible and show us where these things are?" And I said, "Oh, that's what you've got this website. Why would I do that? You know what I mean? Like, why would I go through and show you where there's all these differences if I've shown you 4 in the first chapter and you've adopted 3 of them, and the other one you haven't really sort of mentioned because it's just you've got generation there. And I understand you trying to use King James wording as well. So it's sort of, I'm not exactly sure if you've just gone generation there, but all the modern Bibles say genealogy. But if you're going to adopt three of my suggestions, that there's 260 chapters. That's a lot. If I go through and find 3 in every chapter, that's a lot, and it's a lot of work. The best place to go to that Scion of Zion site that I pulled up. Go to the Trinitarian Bible Society word list. Go to even just the New King James footnotes is quite thorough in where there's departures. You can look at that. That will help you. That's what I do when I'm proofreading the Urdu Bible. We go through and look at the marginal notes of the New King James so we can make sure we're not making those mistakes. We're making sure we're not making the mistakes of having a majority text reading or a critical text reading. We're making sure we have a TR reading, and then we make sure that that's what the King James says, because sometimes the New King James doesn't match up with the King James. So, but it's just a thorough list where we check all those lists. So, but the last one we check is New King James. I just check all the footnotes, and we go through all those places and make sure we haven't made those mistakes that are in those footnotes. So anyway, if Mark's basically saying, okay, so I'll read this. So he has a website where he chooses only select critical text variants that change meaning. to show how there is really not much difference between the critical text and the Textus Receptus if translated in a similar way. So there's his website. He says this on his site, and I have built a textual criticism teaching tool that I hope will help everyone see just how inconsequential the vast majority of textual decisions are. So he's like, I never talk about the text. I just want to talk about, I just want to talk about readability. But then he makes a site talking like it's all about the text and saying it's not an issue. So he does talk about the text, doesn't he? And he's made a website about the text. And he's saying it's not a problem. Having 42 deleted words. I mean, I'll go back there, KJV parallel. And we'll go to that one in John, and we'll have a look there and just check it out. So, okay, we got Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, chapter 5, verse 3 and 4. There you go. There's all those words. Okay, and the word great is deleted there as well. So all of those words are deleted. How can that not be an issue? You know what I mean? Because they sought to slay him. They wanted to kill Jesus. That's taken out of the narrative, so that changes the narrative. But the will of the Father which has sent me, but the will of the one which has sent me, it's different. And like I said, there's lots and lots of variants that just don't appear here. If you just grab a New King James with all the footnotes, you can go through these and see lots of places. But the New King James isn't perfect either in their footnotes. So, but yeah. So anyway, go back to the Facebook post here. So after years of labor and helped along by numerous skilled volunteers, the site launches with the complete New Testament plus study tools today. When I showed him 3 omissions that affected doctrine just in Matthew 1 alone, that he previously didn't seem to consider important, he changed 2 of them. Okay, so I've had my numbers wrong. So I was saying 4 and he changed 3 of them. So it was 3 of them that I showed and he changed 2 of them. Okay, which makes you question how accurate his website is. And that was one of the questions. I was like, well, if I can find that just in the first chapter, how many more am I going to find? If I can find even just one in a chapter, that's an extra 260. That's a lot, you know. The facts are that NA28 and United Bible Society's 5th edition are an abomination and depart from the historical received text over and over, causing massive contradictions, genealogical errors, geographical errors, cause Jesus to be a sinner and a liar, and downplay and weaken many important doctrines, from the deity of Christ to the Trinity, down to lesser doctrines like fasting, which is almost entirely omitted in modern critical text-based versions. And so this is my conclusion. According to what Mark said here, according to his promotion of his website, according to saying that there's no differences between the Greek, there's no differences, or inconsequential differences between the Greek. There's really no difference. All the modern Bibles, it just updates in words. I wrote, stay away from Mark Ward in his teachings. He is simply another upcoming wolf in sheep's clothing, misleading people to believe that the changes in modern Bibles are insignificant. Don't believe that lie for a second. So Timothy Berg jumped on and said, I mean, if you're going to call someone another upcoming wolf in sheep's clothing, misleading people, and accuse him of deception instead of just being wrong or having a different opinion than you could at least invite him to the party. And so he's tagged Mark Ward there, so I can't click on that. And so, yeah, people had a fair bit to say. And I just pointed out too, just in the chat here, that Andrew Edwards says a similar thing. Yes, it's true. The vast majority of textual issues are insignificant, as is true of this one. And so he's talking about Genesis 25:18. But the thing is, they're not insignificant to those who love all the words of God. Just because you say they're insignificant, it doesn't make the problem go away. If they are insignificant, Why not just go with the King James? Why not just go with the Textus Receptus? If the textual issues are not a problem, if they're so small that you shouldn't really even worry about it, stick with the TR. Then you don't cause a massive split in the body of Christ, because we were around first. You guys are the new kids on the block. So when they try to make out, King James onlyism is, comes from a Seventh-day Adventist group and it's only a new fad and all this. No. You guys have come along with your new text, and people then started going, hey, no, what you're saying is wrong, and fighting against you. And it's just gotten louder and louder because you guys have gotten bigger and bigger. And now we have $1 billion Bible industrial juggernaut that we see is pumping out Bibles that we believe have not only just a faulty text, but mistranslations and confusing readings and contradictions. And so anyway, so that gives you a bit of an idea of what Mark Ward's saying. I hated him from the beginning. I called him a wolf in sheep's clothing because he is being deceptive. And no matter what people were saying to him, there are verses that have meaning. When it says if you get angry, you're in danger of the judgment. And then Jesus later on gets angry. Well, he's in danger of the judgment. When it says I go up not to the feast yet in the King James, but when that's changed, I'm not going up to the feast, and then Jesus does. I've had atheists tell me it's fine. Jesus lied. Look at that verse. These are the problems that are brought in because of the influence of Vaticanus and Sinaiticus and Westcott and Horde and Unitarians. We don't want that. And so, and people who are promoting this, and people who know better, some people do it out of ignorance. Mark knows better. He's still saying the same stuff that's untrue. So what am I going to call someone who is saying things that are untrue, saying that there's no real difference between the Greek text when there's 2,900 less Greek words? People physically shudder when you mention in the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was a God. People go, this is terrible. But that's just one word, one letter, a God. And the G is a small g. But 2,900 Greek words underlying their text are just missing. There's so many places where there's just words missing. And so we don't want all these missing words. We want all the words of God. And so that's why he doesn't want to bring up the textual thing, because he knows he's going to lose on that. So he just brings up readability and just makes out that that's the big thing. But anyway, we better move on because I've gone for an hour and 25. I haven't even touched Tommy McMurtry's thing. But I'll just continue with this for a second.
Again, what's the worst case scenario?
Let me give another story in order to answer that question.
Okay.
There is another King James leader.
So why not talk about me? You're talking about someone else trying to explain who I am. There's another King James leader. I'm not a leader. I don't have any leader who I'm submitting to. We just data mine off each other. That's all. We're all individuals. Some are in denominations. Some are pastors. Some are laymen. Some people are not even Trinitarian. Like I've got a guy who contacts me frequently, and I know he's a Christadelphian. But, he's, to me, it's just like, well, he's good on linguistics and things like that. It's like, say, David Crystal. He helped me with my Easter article back in 2005. And Mark's, recently, read his book on Shakespeare and said, he mentions false friends and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, David Crystal's, he's a Catholic, but we just see him more as a linguist, But there are people who are interested in what we're saying. Like some people are they're New King James people, but they're on our side in a sense. You know what I mean? There are New King James people who are not on our side, So we're all just individuals. So anyway, let's continue.
Sort of former. I can't give his name. I bet you he would let me, but I don't want to betray his confidence.
No, it's
Maybe
okay.
I've told the story.
I would never.
Anyway,
even,
he was
ask you
in
that.
the confessional bibliology world, and he would make all these comments on my YouTube videos. This is a couple years ago, and he really disliked me for sure.
Yeah.
And he didn't trust me at all. And every single false friend video, I don't know. It's like he couldn't understand what I was saying.
I do.
And he said kind of mean, nasty things online. Called me names, called my book names. And I thought, oh, well,
maybe
nothing I can do. Cast not your pearls before swine, lest they turn again and rend you. I'm not required to have conversation with people who are cursing me. I don't think the Bible.
But Mark doesn't even want to talk to Bryan Ross. You know what I mean? He says he's a coward and he makes videos about him and stuff like that. And it's like, so even people who are treading on eggshells around Mark, he's still playing the victim. And so someone like me who just says things how they are, and I'm not dancing around trying to be like, polite to everyone. It's like, well, that's wrong. Let's just face facts. 1 + 1 = 2, not 3. That's silly. He's like, oh, that's toxic. I'm like, well, if you're going to say that, you're wrong. You're coming against basic math. If you're going to say that there's no issue in the textual issue, I mean, when I read Psalms 119, and I read, read about the Word of God, every verse being about the Word of God is pure and His judgments are correct and all that. I gravitate toward that. When I see something that's changed, deleted, added, I hate it because I know it's like seeing, a beautiful child with like 2 toes missing or something. You're like, what? That's horrible. That's a horrible thing. I don't want to see. I want that child to have all the toes. And when I look at the Word of God is, I live on it. It's my daily bread. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. And when I'm grabbing these other versions and they're covered in mold, or you reach in, you think you're grabbing, a nice bit of bread, but it's not even cooked properly, and it gives you a stomach ache, and you're thinking, how many other people are getting this as well? And when you go street preaching and people come up to you and say, oh, it's okay to rape someone, the Bible says that. The Bible says if you rape someone, they have to marry you. I'm like, where on earth are you getting this from? I'm thinking, what's Richard Dawkins saying now? And they're like, no, it's in the Bible. And they're showing me in the NIV and ESV, that's exactly what it says. And then I'm just like, it's that bad. The more that I talk to people, the more I understood, the more I realized how bad the situation is. But Mark says there's no problem. Well, I say not only is there a problem, this is one of the biggest problems facing Christianity at the moment.
And said, okay, so then I must be wrong. Then I was thinking that I knew who it was, but I won't say it because I don't think that he would I definitely never saw him curse you.
So when I say curse, I don't mean cuss words, but I mean
I know, but
intense language.
Yeah, that doesn't come from this source. So so that's good that you don't name, because I was just assuming it was one person in particular.
The end of the story is good. Suddenly, just almost like on a dime, his comments started to change.
Yeah,
and it's like suddenly he understood what
So he's not talking about me. He's talking about someone else who was, angry and vitriolic at him and then apologized.
Was saying. He didn't always agree, but he understood. Whereas before, I just felt like he literally doesn't understand what I'm saying.
Right.
And he would make responses online. I'll be vague about that. And I noticed something changed.
Right.
And then he started to say, I want to talk to you. And I did not trust him because he had been just nasty, calling names and dismissive and, didn't understand. But I knew something had changed, and he kept after me. He wanted to talk.
Still not talking about me, talking about someone else.
To me. So I finally said, all right, I will talk to you. And I said, when we talk, I need you know what? I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to relay the story accurately. I think it was when we talked. I said, brother, you are my brother. You need to start out this conversation by apologizing to me for this and this that you said. I just remembered two things. And he said, I absolutely apologize. I have no excuse for that. I've actually gotten off of that form of social media because I saw it wasn't good for me. Please forgive me. Yeah. And that started a friendship. And we still don't agree over the Textus Receptus.
Right.
He's in a different place there, and that's fine. But he apologized for those things. And what I note, and I asked him later, I said, how is it that you could suddenly could understand what I was saying when before you couldn't? And he said, well, before I didn't trust you. And I thought this is all some kind of big fakery because you really knew in your heart that the Textus Receptus was the most important thing, but you just kept talking about readability difficulties, even though.
So he's still not talking about me. He's talking about someone else. Okay.
Those are obviously, there's nothing to them. They're flimsy. But he said, once I could see that you were really sincere, even if I didn't agree with you in every case, I saw that you really did want people to understand their Bibles and were gravely concerned that they weren't understanding the King James. Then I started to be able to understand you. And
so Calvin said, I was completely against your update in 2011 and said so on Facebook along with Will Kinney et al. And lots of people, like pretty much everyone was against it. But I was just like, look, that's what I'm going to do. But have since come to see why and what you did it for, but I was indignant at the time. Yeah, and I understand that because I look at some of the other TR editions and I'm like say Jay Green's one, he has a comma in it, but he says the comma shouldn't be in there. He says there's no Greek evidence for it and all this, and it's like, well, you're not even a TR guy. You're a Byzantine guy. You're a majority text guy. Why are you doing this? And so, and that's why I guess, and even just looking at the New King James, because I knew so much about the New King James, I knew where there was errors that other people weren't seeing because I'd memorized a lot of the New King James. I'd read it for years. I'd read it over and over and over, and then I've jumped into a King James position. So in my mind, I'm like, oh, that's right. The New King James says that. Because I'd be reading through it and those words would echo in my ears. And I'll be reading the King James and go, hang on. And I check the New King James and go, that's so different. That's saying the opposite thing. And so I just don't know if Mark's read the whole New King James all the way through and compared it with the New King James, where I've done that. I've done that like back in 2005, so. But yeah, like I've got no qualms with people critiquing what I'm doing, And see, the thing is, if Mark was a TR guy, you would sort of go, okay, well, he's concerned about readability. Lots of people are, and even like D.A. Waite, he's brought out his lists. Trinitarian Bible Society brought out their lists, and it's like, okay, well, that's fine. But Mark has this agenda. It's like if someone believes in full communism, but they're only concerned about healthcare. They just want to, change some healthcare bills and things like that. Well, is that where they're going to stop? You know what I mean? No, they want you to grab an ESV, grab whatever. And the thing is, he's been basically a salesman for Logos, which is Faith Life. And we'll talk about that later. And Crossway, it's like he's a salesman for Bibles. So there's a conflict of interest there. It's not like he's just, working at the local sawmill and these are, things on his heart. He's working for these companies.
There are many people online, and this is one reason I'm getting out of the debate, who have been nothing short of vicious. And I take Jesus' instruction.
So you notice he's brought me up and he says, why does Nick Sayers hate me? And then he says, let me talk about someone else like as a parable about me. And he's talked about this guy saying he was horrible, he was nasty, he was vicious, he was all the rest of it. And he's like, that's why I'm getting out of it. There's too many toxic people online. And it's like, am I that bad? You know what I mean? Like, anyway.
That I'm actually not supposed to cast my pearls before them. I actually need to pull away from conversation with people who are vicious and hateful. I am not going to engage them directly. But if that changes, if they if they're willing to apologize and
So I have to apologize to Mark for basically stating what I believe, that people who are going to say that that the modern Bibles are just updates of English language, that's completely wrong. And then if they're going to say there's really no difference between the underlying texts, that's completely wrong. And so it's like he's lying. That's just untrue. It's like even James White wouldn't go that far. He's like, man, the Textus Receptus is a terrible text. Don't use it. When I told him I was doing an Urdu Bible, when I was in Pakistan, living there for a year, and I said, I'm doing an Urdu translation. He said, why would you waste your time doing a Bible based on the Textus Receptus? What a waste of time. That's what he said. Well, if you wound the clock back 100 years, some of the people who were considered like heroes, going to India, William Carey and Martin and these other people, they're considered heroes, and they used the TR. But now it's like, oh, what a jerk. He's a TR jerk guy, King James. And that was my first interaction after the Revelation 16:5 thing came out with James White. Or my first actual interaction with James White, he called me a Ruckmanite. I was like, oh, okay. And the article that I gave him, the first paragraph said, I'm not a Ruckmanite. But he just called me a Ruckmanite. So he obviously didn't read it. And then later on, he's just saying all this other stuff and, Textus Receptus. So he's got a big problem with it. Why isn't Mark Ward, calling up James White and saying, hey, you're making a huge, big distinction between the Textus Receptus and the critical text. They're the same. Well, obviously, they're not the same. Even critical text people are saying there's massive differences, to the point where they're mocking people for being overseas doing a translation. And so, you can't make this stuff up.
Ask for forgiveness. What does Jesus command to me? It's to forgive my brother from my heart. And I'm eager to do that. But I think it would be not just foolish of me, but wrong to start conversation with people who have sinned against me, and not just me, my brothers in the Textual Confidence Collective and others.
So I've sinned against Mark and against people in the Textual Confidence Collective and others. So I guess he's talking about Timothy Berg, Elijah Hixson. I mean, me and Elijah Hixson, we had a massive Facebook thing. One thread had 500 comments because we were going at it. And I was talking about stuff and he was talking about stuff. But I do that. I do that with like Will Kinney. I do that with Stephen Avery. I do that with lots of different people. We chat about things. And then at the end, it's like, they're on the ground, like, that bicycle meme. They've put their own little rod in there and they're on the ground crying and saying, I'm a victim. And it's Facebook. It's like we haven't even talked. And anyway, I just can't understand. Like, I can't understand how people can be a victim. If I've called you a wolf in sheep's clothing because I think you are being deceptive, and you were just like, oh, readability, but deep down you've got this whole agenda. That's what I really think. I'll tell you up front what I think. That's not hate. It's actually love to tell people where they're wrong. Mark sees it as a sin. He thinks I've sinned against him. It's just simply not true. I have everything that I've said about Mark and to Mark, I believe is warranted. Now, if he can show me examples of where I'm just being, Mr. Toxic Jerk or whatever, has anyone watched the Matilda episode that he did where he's saying that we're like Danny DeVito and, we're just saying we don't want to educate, we don't. And then he says, these people don't know a single word of Greek and Hebrew, but they're commenting on my YouTube channel and all this. And it's like, how can you say that about people? Like that there are so many people in the King James community who know things, who are very well educated, who know many languages, and you're just saying that these people just don't exist. And then you're demonizing them And so that's why I just say that's the behavior of a wolf. And the problem is, almost like you look at the conversation since the debate. Now, I know I'm actually not that happy with what Dan's done now. I went through the debate and I was like, actually, I don't want to, discourage Dan. But then I'm like, man, he's saying Lucifer's not a good translation. He's saying Giants isn't a good translation. I'm like, oh, man, these are things that they're pretty big questions that usually get sorted out, pretty early. But at the end of the day, most of the conversation has been about people need to tread on eggshells. People need to treat each other nicely. People need to, be, loving to one another. People need to be, we're all brothers and we're in unity and all this sort of stuff. And I'm like, why is it all of a sudden all about this? Can't we just talk about the issues? I don't know. It just doesn't seem manly to be like, sometimes you're around people who are just, really insecure and everything. And I've got some friends, I don't contact them because they're like that. They say sorry 100 times. I'm like, hey, how you going? And they're like, oh, sorry, I haven't called you in a long time. So yeah, that's fine, let's talk. Oh, I'm really, it's just always apologizing and always, and so you don't want to talk to them, but there are people who accuse you as well in that type of scenario where they accuse you of, you didn't ring me. And it's like, oh, yeah, well, I'm ringing you now. Get over it sort of thing. Or you need to feel bad about yourself. And it's like, well, I actually don't feel bad about myself. I actually feel pretty good about myself. And it's like, some people just want to make you feel bad. And that's what I feel since the debate. People are like, oh, we're just all baddies, and all it takes half the time, like sometimes Mark's like, oh, this guy on my YouTube channel, he said this. And I've gone through and found that one person and they had like 0 followers. It's just someone trolling. Could be anyone. It could be one of Mark's mates. It could be someone who hates him. Who knows? But it's like, then he's done a whole video on it, and then he goes on to how King James onlyists are like this and like that. And it's like, and then he calls us all King James onlyists, when that is usually Ruckman, Ripplinger, So anyway.
With vile and vicious and angry and hateful and slanderous speech repeatedly. They
listen to that.
Vicious and angry. Not just me, my brothers in the Textual Confidence Collective and others.
This is talking about me now.
With vile and vicious and angry and hateful and slanderous speech.
Vile and vicious and angry and hateful and slanderous speech. See, this is the thing. I don't put up with people just labeling me like that. It's like, okay, where? Let's specifically talk about this. And then half the time what it is, Mark will just make some sweeping comment like, well, these King James onlyists, and he labels everyone like that. He's not part of his position. They're all so vitriolic. You can't talk to any of them. And but I found one pastor who actually listens to me. One pastor who's nice to me. And so you're thinking, actually, I know in the whole, what would be labeled King James, whatever. I know hundreds of people who would be nice. I know, Bryan Ross, Chris Yetzer, Brett Malin, Jeff Riddle. These guys are all nice guys. I've talked to a lot of these guys personally. I've interviewed some of these guys. They're great. They're very nice and watch their P's and Q's. A lot of these guys are pastors, so they've got this. They have to sort of hold a veneer of like, hey, I'm the man of God. I'm not going to be rough around the edges, And he's just throwing all of those people under the bus, and like hundreds of people, just demonizing them. See, he's passive aggressive. He'll praise one person and say, I finally found someone who will listen to me. It's like I'm making 3-hour videos, and then he complains that they're so long. He's like, oh, this guy makes 3-hour videos, like Jonathan Burris was whinging about it. And it's like, I okay, because I'm going through every single word that they're saying and not missing anything. But then it's like, well, that's bad. That's toxic behavior. And it's like, okay, so what not editing something is, or doing it live is toxic, I guess. Toxic Christianity, King James ugly.
Repeatedly. They have to apologize.
How many, remember, I'm just thinking, it just came to my mind, brother. Peter, Lord, how many times shall my brother sin against me and I forgive
Absolutely.
him? 7
Forgive him
times?
every
And
time.
he said, no, 70 times 7. That's
Absolutely.
literally 490 times in a day.
And see, I've had people who I've been against, like, come and fully attack me, attack my character, and all the rest of it. But at the end of the day, if they turned around and just started chatting with me, I'd chat with them. Usually I expect that. Someone like TurretinFan, he's actually against that type of thing. And, we've said some pretty full-on things about each other. But then we're sort of like, okay, there's a mutual respect there. And it's like, cool. And I like the guy, I just think this whole, holding on to a grudge and, oh, look, I'm a victim. It's just not, it doesn't help anyone. But what it is, it makes it so you can't critique Mark. All I'm doing is critiquing what he's saying. And along the way, just trying to, state the obvious of what I think. If he's offended by that, well, I mean, Jesus in Matthew 23 was like, you bunch of snakes, you brood of vipers, you're doing this, you're doing that, you're saying this wrong, this is hypocritical. But the thing is, Jesus just didn't do that because he just had a bad day and wanted to vent. He did that because some of these people in Acts, he says, Christ who you crucified, some of these people got saved. And you give grace to the humble, but you give law to the proud, and so just by stating the obvious with Mark, it's like, well, that's wrong, that's a lie, that's a deception. No, if you're going to teach that and you're trying to trick people, you're a wolf in sheep's clothing, just straight out, like, that's how it is. But then he's like, he's got like, oh, that's my victim card, blowing the rape whistle and like, oh, I've been molested by these King James only guys, and it's like, well, can't you just deal with the facts and stats and figures of what I'm saying? If what I'm saying is true, it needs to be dealt with. And usually if someone is crying, victim and all the rest of it, oh, he touched me, he did this, he did that, it's like, well, what happened? Let's look at the facts, the stats, the figures, let's go through it. And they get louder, and it's just all emotion. Where, Mark can come on this program anytime and we'll talk about it. He can bring up when I've offended him, apparently. Let's continue.
But who's sinning against you 490 times in one day? Nobody. The idea was don't nonstop. but there is a caveat there. They have to come first, because in another text Peter says, if they turn and repent, then I forgive them. So you forgive them before the Lord. I always teach people, you forgive before the Lord, but they have to know they did something wrong. Right. Would they be willing? So if he would be willing to say, Mark, please forgive me, would you give him the same grace you gave me today?
100%, Brett. Absolutely.
All right.
So I've got to go and apologize to him, but I don't know what I've done wrong. So this is what I wrote, because I listened to this. It was live. It's a premiere video, so it wasn't a live interaction one. And I said to Brett, and he made a follow-up video, and I just said, look, if I've done anything wrong towards anyone ever, and they can prove that I've done something wrong, I'll repent. But as far as I'm concerned, I have not done anything wrong. I haven't done anything that's outside of Christian character. But if I'm wrong on my evaluation of the behavior of a Christian, I will gladly be corrected. So that's what I said. And so because the whole thing is, Nick, you got to humble yourself and you got to say sorry to Mark. It's like, no, I don't. I don't apologize for saying that atheists believe something silly. Or when you're dealing with Christians, see, you shouldn't judge the world. Okay, the Bible is very clear. God judges those who are outside. We judge those who are inside, people who say they're Christians. Okay, so if someone comes along and says, well, I believe in a local flood, I'm like, well, I think that's silly. I think that's off the wall. And I think if you teach that, you're a wolf in sheep's clothing. I know James Knapp teaches that. And so I think it's wrong. I think it's a wrong teaching. And I was shocked to hear that he believed that. But there's many things that we can talk about that sort of fall into that category of saying, hey, someone's being a wolf in sheep's clothing. Mark is saying that the King James movement is dangerous. Get out of there while you can. These people are toxic. These people are Ruckmanites. These people are in a cult. All this stuff. He can say all this stuff. And we're fighting saying, hey, hang on. I'm not a Ruckmanite. I'm not a Ripplingurite. We're trying to defend ourselves from his sweeping accusations. And then when we're doing that, he's like, you guys are teasing me. And it's like, no, we're not. We're just saying the truth. Now, if I can be shown, go through my videos and in context, not just a soundbite, show me exactly what I'm doing that's wrong. And I can guarantee you that everything that I've done is in reaction to what Mark's saying. So Mark would do a video saying, well, these guys are dummies, blah, blah, blah. And even it was Matthew Everhard. I said, well, Mark Ward basically makes out that we're borderline retarded, And I said the word, and he jumped on my Textus Receptus Academy and said, anyone who uses that word, doesn't respect people who are mentally handicapped. I work with the mentally handicapped. And it just became a Karen. I was like, hey, dude, I'm saying what Mark Ward thinks about us. He's making out we're like this. And I'm just stating the obvious, And he was my stepbrother was in a wheelchair, he was mentally retarded. That was the word they used up until 10 years ago. Now you can't say it, apparently. And it's like, but apparently I hate people who are disabled. Now it would just become ridiculous. But these people crying victim and just crying and not willing to deal with the facts. Just, let's deal with the mathematical, 1 + 1 = 2. They're like, it equals 3. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. And then they're like, I'm going to cry. What can we do with that? How can we explain to people on the outside that, hey, hang on, we're the good guys here. These guys are just passive aggressive. And so that's why I do such long videos on Mark, because sometimes I have to go through to the nth degree to explain his behavior, because it's not genuine. He's disingenuous.
So then would you open up your as a matter of fact, I'll call you and let you know when I've spoken to him. I'll tell you exactly what was said, because I'll let him know that I'm going to let you know. All right. Okay. And then if he'll be willing to apologize to you for any offenses made, would you forgive him? And man, because he'll help you with your project, you could then work with him on the Old Testament portion and help him with your knowledge of words and his knowledge of the Greek and the Hebrew. He is
no dummy, that's for sure.
Did you ever look at his website, TextusReceptus.com?
Yeah, I found it really helpful, honestly.
It's crazy. I know, it's amazing, the stuff that this guy put together. And so I supported him, especially when I saw his ministry to the brick kiln people in Pakistan.
Yeah.
And he's starting churches in Pakistan just out of his own pocket. He's paying for all these churches. He's not asking for money. He gets a little help here and there, I guess. I don't know. I've helped him a little bit, but he's not like vow a vow of $1,000 and make sure you pay on it. He's not doing none of that. He shows what he's doing, and if you feel led, hallelujah, the Lord moves you. That's great.
Yeah, and you know what? God is permitted to do good things through people I disagree with, and I'm eager to acknowledge that. I have multiple people that I think give a lot of evidence that they regard me as an enemy. I said that in my final video that I shot in London. And every one of those people that I think of when the word enemy comes to mind, they certainly seem to regard me as an enemy. I see gifts that the Lord has given them. I really do. Intellectual gifts and other abilities, communication gifts. So I rejoice when Christ is preached, even when it's preached by somebody that I disagree with over this. And I am eager for the day when in heaven or on the new earth we'll be able to have full fellowship again.
Amen. I mean, it's sad. I don't like, I listen, many, rookies, man, and I had my moments with Will Kinney, and I did all of it, I know I get it 100%.
People think, Brett, that I block people because, maybe they think I have thin skin. I don't think, unless you've been a public figure in this arena, and I'm not super public, I'm not like James White. He really takes it on the chin every day. But
you're getting there, bud.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think I have, I don't know. I don't want to compare myself to him. Just empirically speaking, he has way more people watching him. But I would say that if people think it's that I have thin skin, they don't realize just the sheer volume of vicious, vile talk that you get when you're a public figure. Like almost no matter what your viewpoint is, somebody out there is going to hate you.
And so I think what's been said is like, okay, Nick says, my name's been brought up. So what's been said in the whole section, and as I said, Pastor Brett, he's in the house, here, and as I said earlier, Pastor Brett is basically just trying to reconcile things and trying to be a peacemaker. This is what Pastor Brett does. He's got a heart of gold. He's got the heart of a pastor. So he just wants people to get along. But so what I've been bringing up is just that Mark has been disingenuous from the beginning. And this has been pointed out by Taylor DeSoto, by myself, by Will Kinney, by Bible Protector, by people who are King James guys, but also like James Snap brings it up too. He's like, he writes against Mark Ward. He's not a King James guy. People can see it. And the thing is, I don't, sorry, Calvin, I know this is about Tommy McMurtry, and you said you were just about to watch it, and I've been doing this, and I know I've gone for 2 hours, but I will go through the Tommy McMurtry one just after this, but I didn't expect it to blow out so much. But yeah, at the end of the day, I think Mark saying that, modern Bibles like the ESV, they're just updates in the language, and then saying there's really no consequence in having a different underlying Greek text. To me, that's disingenuous. It's deceptive. It's a lie. There are huge differences. And by me saying, no, sorry, there are differences, that doesn't make me a person of hate. I think what Mark's done is he knows that I'm a formidable opponent, and he knows I've got the bullets to defend myself when it comes to these issues. And Mark knows that because, he's seen me from years back, basically saying the same type of thing. And I think the only way that he can deal with it is just by saying that I'm hateful. Basically I'm just doing this. He's like, he asked the question straight away, why does he hate me so much? Which is not logical. It should be, why does Nick disagree with me so much? And that leaves it open to talking, because now we're talking about Mark's emotions and how he feels and how he's upset, and how he's, we have to tread on eggshells around him and can't use certain words and can't mention the text and can't. It's like, well, iron sharpens iron. When you're talking with someone, there should be sparks. There should be a clash. I actually enjoy it when I've got really good friends and they push back on what I'm saying. And they're like, no, I don't think this. And it's like, oh, okay, you're pushing back. And I push back too. And it's like, okay. And that's what people do. You know what I mean? Like, if you someone just touches you and you're there screaming, you got the rape whistle out. And it's like, I'm being abused. These people hate me. And it's like, people know what I've said. It's all on record. You can go through all my YouTube and go through all the Mark Ward videos from the beginning, and you'll clearly see all I've done is question what he's saying, whether it's true or not. And sometimes it gets to the point where it's so obviously silly that I mock it. And so this is stupid. Well, why is he saying this? Just as he would if he saw, someone saying something silly about any other topic, But Mark's passive aggressive. He won't come out and just say, hey, I don't like you, or hey, I don't like your haircut, or hey, I think this about you. He will just say it in a roundabout way. Say, oh, everyone else has got a nice haircut. And you sort of have to think of, you have to, he tiptoes around issues, and it's quite complicated. He complicates things where I'm trying to keep it simple. Mark's lying about the critical text. He's lying about modern versions. I'm pointing it out, saying, you're lying, mate. And he's going, why does Nick hate me? So he's made it this complicated issue where it's all about emotions and all the rest of it. And I simply can't apologize for something that I don't know I've done anything wrong with. If I've done something wrong, firstly, God convicts me of it. I know if I've done something wrong. God goes, hey, what are you doing? Secondly, I would need to be pointed out exactly what I've done wrong, because you can't condemn the guiltless, because by actually repenting, it's sort of like me apologizing for raping a woman. Okay. If I'm made to publicly apologize, like, when those Gillette commercials came out, and the men were sort of like responsible for all the rapes that happened, or all the wolf whistling and abuse of women and all this sort of stuff, because we don't pull our friends back and say, hey, that's not bad, that's not good behavior, that's bad behavior. And it's sort of demonized all men. It's like we're all like this deep down, but we've got to control ourselves, and you've got to pull them into line. It's like, and so since then, I haven't bought any Gillette razors. I just refuse to buy them, because it was like 3 years earlier they were doing the Grand Prix with girls in bikinis and stuff. It's just totally contradictory. Okay. But they have this sort of woke culture, it's like you got to feel bad about yourself, and you got to apologize. And it's like, I don't understand how someone can apologize for something that they haven't actually done. See, humility is a correct understanding of who you are. Humility is being completely 100% honest. And I stand before everyone on this internet platform and say, I am being honest. The things that I've said about Mark Ward are true. And I don't think I've ever just slandered him and just said untrue things. I don't think I've ever, as according to, 50 videos, I don't think that I have ever just said anything outlandish that hasn't been warranted. Because, or else we could just say, like, Jesus was just, railing on these poor, scribes and Pharisees. They're men of God. They're in the temple. They're trying hard. They're doing, and Jesus just turns up and says, you bunch of snakes, hypocrites, and liars, get it right. You're causing people, you are the ones causing division, not us. You're the ones causing problems, not us. And so that's what Jesus said. And so to me, I'm just being Christ-like and just pointing out, hey, no, this is untrue. What you're saying here is wrong. And Mark sees that as hate. So I'm sure the Pharisees and Sadducees saw what Jesus did in Matthew 23 as hate. I mean, they murdered him. They killed him. But anyway, I'll play a little bit more, and then we'll go to the Tommy McMurtry one.
On the internet, They're going to be really nasty about it. And the way they talk doesn't necessarily have anything to do with me. Nonetheless, it's defiling. It's just not spiritually healthy to listen to people insult your appearance and tell you you're not saved over and over and over again. I think the Lord did have to give me a certain amount of special grace. But when I block people, which is comparatively rare, honestly, compared to just the volume, the sheer just thousands of people insulting and attacking me all the time. When I block people, right, I'm trying to follow what the Bible says. I'm trying to do what Jesus said. I'm trying to obey. And
do you know why I don't have 20,000 followers? You know why I have 1,800 followers? Because I hit the mute button.
And so so Pastor Brett's in the house. I think it was great that you had Mark on, and I think it was great that you gave a plug and said, hey, what about, you sort of got him lined up and then you went like this. And, if you watch this whole video through, I do explain, that all the way through. But we are going to, because I think that's the last that I get talked about. So I guess in a sense, I sort of had to defend myself against what Mark was saying about me, because it was like, let's bring up Nick Sayers. Mark Ward brings up, hate speech, toxic, offending people, slandering, being unkind, being vicious. Why does he hate me? All this stuff. And it's like, some people will believe that. I know people who, people like Stephen Boyce who come out and said things about me, or James White, and TR people, King James people, have believed it. And I'm like, hey guys, don't listen. Like when they said about Jesus, he's a friend of gluttons, and no, he's a glutton and a wine bibber or something like that. And people use that verse to say, see, Jesus got drunk, Jesus overate. And it's like, no, that was slander. But once it's said, it's out there. And so that's why, when James White was slandering me all over the place, I just would make a video each time. I made sure of it. And so the same as Mark, and he's hardly ever talked about me. But Brett brought it up, and Mark was just like, why does he hate me? He hates me. He played the victim. And so I think anyone watching can clearly see that. So we're going to shut that one down, and we're going to go to the next one, which is Tommy McMurtry and Mark Ward. So let's begin.
Mark Ward is a false friend. He's no friend of ours. He's no friend of Baptist. And he can take his New King James Version and go jump in the lake of fire with it.
So obviously Tommy McMurtry and that guy, that preacher there, have been at loggerheads in the last few months because of the whole Anderson bashing his wife and kids affair. And so Tommy McMurtry, it was just like, let's put this guy on, he likes stirring the pot. So
hello everyone, welcome back to the Spirit of Prophecy podcast. We have a very special Friday evening episode for you today. Some of you might have watched the discussion I did earlier this week with Pastor Dan Hafley about the King James Bible and about the debate that he had with Mark Ward. And as always, I always say in this program, it helps keep me honest, that if you talk about somebody, then as far as I'm concerned, it's the same as an invite, especially if you're talking bad about it.
Well, maybe I should take Tommy McMurtry up on that offer. I mean, we've had a debate, but I haven't been on his show. And so maybe he can get me on his show and talk about a whole bunch of things that I've critiqued him on. I've gone through tons of his videos. And so anyway.
And which I don't think we were really mean, but either way, Mark Ward, he contacted me and he took me up on it. He was talked about on the program. And so he wanted to come, and he said he would be willing to answer any questions that I might have. And so I've got a whole list of questions, and not even just questions, accusations that I am going to throw at him. And in the independent fundamental Baptist world, whenever we are at opposition with people, we love to get up in our echo chambers and just rail on people, call them all kinds of names and things like that. And I am all for that to a certain extent. However, if we are not able...
Okay, so that's interesting, Pastor Brett. But that I guess he said enough there to, for me to sort of see what he thought, and that's fine. I know Mark. He's not going to be favourable towards me, but I mean, see, the thing is, when Bryan Ross, he brought out his Easter book, and I was like, hey, hang on, I'm not in agreement with your conclusion here. We were sort of clashing a little bit there, but then we just sort of went, okay, well, you think that and I think this. Well, what can we do? But then he was bringing out some other videos about, the King James and some of the print errors, and saying, well, there were deliberate errors. And so I did video, that full, sometimes 2-hour, 3-hour videos going through some of the issues, and like a lot of pushback. But he seems to like that and respect it and go, well, if he's correct, he's correct. If he's not, he's not, And so sometimes he's like, yeah, well, I can see where you're coming from there. And I think the thing is, if Mark actually really wanted to know things and learn and grow, he would jump in both feet in the whole community of everything. And we could chat about all this stuff and have the pushback and have the, because that's where sometimes you learn. Like when I was arguing with like Elijah Hixson on Facebook, and we had like 500 posts, on Robert Truelove's group. I learned a lot, and I'm sure Elijah Hixson learned a lot, because he would go away for a few days and come back and be different, and he wouldn't argue certain things, because he sort of went, yeah, you're right, But sometimes that's the iron sharpening iron. Like, I don't hate the guy. If he wanted to come on this program, I'd say, yeah, cool, no worries, we'll talk about it, and I'll say, I think the critical text is off the wall. Now, some people, they want to do programs like, a guy came on last week who is not a Christian. He's an unsaved Jewish guy, but he's a linguist and he knows the language really well. And so I'm not being nasty to him, or, I've had critical text guys on the program. I've got lots of friends who are critical text people. So, so Brett says, I'm sorry if this gave him any advantage. It was not my intention. No, I don't think that it was wrong at all. I think you actually having contact with him is great. It's something most people don't have. And I was only really just focusing on what he said about me, So, and I understand you just want things to be reconciled between people. And so, that's fine. I mean, hopefully, like with Tommy McMurtry talking to him, Tommy McMurtry was sort of like, one of the leading hands of, Stephen Anderson sort of thing in the new IFB for a while. And so if he can talk to him, hopefully he can talk to other people, but if Mark Ward wants to come on this program, he's welcome. But I will just say, hey, we've got our differences. And Tommy McMurtry does this. Now, I think there are certain things that Tommy sort of concedes to that I wouldn't, but I don't think it's out of maliciousness or him compromising. I just think there are certain things that he doesn't know. I guess because I've watched every Mark Ward video, and probably for the last 2 years or 3 years at least, I've usually done a video on it, except for some of his false friends ones. It's like he's just doing a study, and it's like, okay, well, I agree with that or I disagree with it. But when it's, like the Textual Confidence Collective, I think I did like 20 videos on that, So anyway, let's continue.
If we're able to speak about them publicly in that way, we ought to be able to at least have a private conversation with them if they want to. And I think we should go even further. And if we're going to talk about them publicly, we ought to be able to talk to them publicly and give them an opportunity to respond. So that is what we're going to do today. I think you all are going to enjoy this. And so, Mark Ward, I appreciate you coming on the program. Tell everyone, in case they don't know you, a little bit about who you are.
Christian, saved by the blood of Christ. He's my only hope. He's my only way to the Father. I'm a husband to my wife, Laura. We've been married since 2008. She's a flower farmer in our backyard, micro-urban flower farmer. I'm really proud of her. She's like the Proverbs 31 woman, but even better. She's like Proverbs 38 level now, I like to say. I have 3 children, trying to raise them to love the Lord and follow Christ. And I have worked as a Bible textbook author for BJU Press, as a jack of some trades for Logos Bible software for 9 years.
So I'll just point out, Hannah says he has a spinning globe behind him, so he doesn't believe the world is flat, or is he trolling? It's funny because Tommy McMurtry, like in these videos, he's like, yeah, we shouldn't really just, say nasty things about each other. And he, in his videos, is like, Nick Sayers is just like a flat earther. Like he was like being like James Snap Jr. was, just saying, the things that I believe are just ridiculous, and this guy's just like a flat earther, which is a pretty big slander to say someone is just like a flat earther. I mean, it's basically saying you haven't got a brain,
And now I'm actually on my own for the time being as a YouTuber and web designer. I just want to serve the body of Christ. I've written some books, and yeah.
Okay, so so Mark was working for Faith Life. Then he's gone to Crossway, and now it seems like he's just doing his web design. So this has been one of the things, the challenges that I've pointed out is with Faith Life. Let's have a look, Faith Life, which if you just type in Faith Life Logos, it comes up. So Logos Bible Software. And so let's click on Faith Life. Now, notice it's got Logos, Proclaim, Lexham Press, and Verbum. What's Verbum? It's the Catholic branch of Faith Life. So this is the thing. And even in this video, he talks about Billy Graham and says there's compromise and all this sort of stuff. To me, working for a company that is making money off deceived Catholics by giving them materials about the Pope, about how to pray to Mary, doing the rosary and all this sort of stuff. I mean, to me, that's huge compromise. That's exactly what Billy Graham, well, actually, Billy Graham was way closer because Mark, he's not promoting this, but he was part of a company for years and years and years. This was the other side of it. So it's a bit like, being an environmentalist, but your company is just a front company for Caltex oil. I'm not saying oil's bad or anything, but if you were an environmentalist and you're like, oh, only clean energy, most of the time it's actually the opposite. But I think you get what I'm saying. So let's look at some of these books and courses and things. So maybe we can try and buy a commentary. Okay. So you go to Verbum and you're like, Sacra Pagina, New Testament commentary, Roman Catholic commentaries. Or let's go to theology. Let's see what's there. So these are Catholic books. Thomas Aquinas, Catholic commentary on sacred scripture, Revelation, the Liturgical Year collection. Maybe we should just type in Pope. Let's see what comes up, Pope. So this is the other side of the coin of Faith Life. Faith Life is selling these. A Year with Pope Francis, Joseph Ratzinger, Pope Benedict, encyclicals of Pope John Paul II and Pope Benedict. All different popes. So you can get all these Pope books. So someone buys this volume and it's $74. That goes to Faith Life. That goes to fund Verbum. It goes to fund Logos. It goes to fund Lexham Press. They're all part of Faith Life. So that's been one of the things that I've been saying for many years. How can Mark come against the King James Bible, but he's not actively coming against this type of corruption? And we've been pointing it out for years, and he's never like, well, and every now and then he'll say, well, I'm not a Catholic, we don't have a Pope, and he'll say Protestant things, but he never points out that, Carlo Martini worked on the Nestle Alarm text, he doesn't point those things out. He doesn't point out the collusion that the Bible Societies has with Rome. He doesn't point out just these basic things that most King James TR people know, because usually these things just go against their narrative, and so that they just pretend that that's not happening, and they keep pointing out problems in our camp. But we're like, well, you've got like Catholics and popes and the Vatican involved. I mean, just read the preface to the, I think it's NA 27. It says that the Bible Society works with the Vatican in producing Bible versions. And so there's collusion there. So there oftentimes there's the ESV Catholic edition and this type of thing. All these type of things are happening in collusion with the Bible Societies, with the Vatican. Why isn't that being talked about? Why isn't that more dangerous than Holt or Beeson? You know what I mean? And so he's picking his fights, and he's picking on us. Why isn't he going to? Yeah, he worked for these guys for Faith Life. So Verbum, you go down the bottom of the page, and it's Faith Life. Click on Faith Life, and it's Logos, Proclaim, Lexham Press. So Lexham Press, I'm pretty sure they're the ones who are printing his book that's coming out. So is he going to do a book on, Roman Catholic cults or Roman Catholic practice in Bible translations, or influence in with the NA text, Nestle Alarm text with Carlo Martini, or they just don't even want to acknowledge this type of thing, because to us, we look at the issues that they're looking at in our camp, that we're being mean and nasty and all that. It's like, man, you guys have got, like, Carlo Martini was in line to be a pope, and he's working on the Nestle Alarm text. He was a Jesuit, openly. And it's not even like a conspiracy, or, you don't have to go to Chris Pinto's channel to find this out. You go to Wikipedia, just type in Carlo Martini. Here he is. And you go to the Wikipedia site. Here he is. And it clearly says here, furthermore, he received the honor of being the only Catholic member of the ecumenical committee that prepared the New Greek edition of the New Testament, the Novum Testamentum Graece. And so he worked on that, which is the Nestle Alarm text. This is just Wikipedia. So, so that's Carlo Martini. And usually there's some pretty rad pictures. Yeah, I use some of these pictures in my introduction, but there's him embalmed when he died. And so, he's behind the Nestle Alarm text. So why isn't he pointing that out? Surely that's a dangerous thing, Anyway, so that's one of the things. So then we've still got Faith Life, and he's recently worked for Crossway. So let's look at Crossway. Crossway. So, I'm sure they have a lot of nice things. ESV. I wouldn't get an ESV. I don't think they're good. But text study, journaling, devotional. Okay, so these are all ESVs. So let's have a look. Pretty sure they had a Catholic one. You might have taken it down. Crossway. I wonder if I can search this site. I'll type in crossway.org, and we'll just hit Catholic. Okay. Roman Catholic Theology and Practice. Okay, it's an evangelical assessment, so it's not promoting. How can evangelicals and Catholics work together for the common good? Okay. Liturgy saved me. So it's a Crossway article. Is the Pope the Antichrist? So I think he's sort of saying he's not. But I remember when I looked here, there was ESV Catholic Bibles. Maybe I should type in Crossway ESV Catholic Bible. We'll see what comes up. Okay. ESV. Approved by the Vatican. Easy to read Catholic edition of the ESV. Okay. So I wonder who this is. The Augustine Institute. Yeah, so the ESV Catholic edition. So why isn't he doing a program on this? The ESV have a Catholic. It's because he works for Crossway. These people are usually involved with this. They probably headed this up. Okay, I'll just see if it's Crossway. Yeah, here we go, Crossway. So I'll read that. The ESV English Standard Version is esteemed, and we believe rightly so, as the most faithful English translation of the Bible today. Continuing in the line of noble English translations of the King James Version to the Revised Standard Version, the RSV, the ESV emphasizes close proximity to the original Hebrew and Greek texts, most constantly among modern translators. Therefore, when the publisher of the ESV, Crossway Books, chose the Augustine Institute to be the exclusive Catholic publisher of the ESV, did you get that? Crossway chose the Augustine Institute to publish the Catholic ESV. Catholic edition in North America, right after they received the imprimatur of this translation from the Vatican, it was, I probably pronounced that wrong, it was confirmation of the Augustine Institute's charism and calling, I guess gifting and calling. What is more, the day the contract was signed was August 28th, which is the feast day of St. Augustine, a welcome sign of divine providence that we are called to steward and spread the word of God. And so this is who Mark Ward's working for, Faith Life and then Crossway. Look at it says catholicbible.org. So Crossway chose the Augustine Institute to publish the ESV Catholic edition. So Boulder's Line, good question. There's a picture of Kurt Aland and Martini together. Yeah. Yeah, I've got that. Yeah, I should put that on my intro, actually. Crossway only does ESV. When they first separated from the RSV, Roman Catholics took the NRSV and the other side created the ESV. Okay. Ecumenism is the name of their game. Pastor Brett, are they both not modern corruptions from Westcott and Hort? Okay. Yeah, talking about the ESV is a Protestant translation. Doesn't this cause problems for Catholics? The ESV was originally translated by a team of evangelical scholars under Crossway. So there we go again, a Protestant publisher. However, it was adapted by Catholic scholars and then only approved by the Catholic Church in India at 2018 as the ESV Catholic edition. In this way, ESV is much like the RSV. So, does it have the deuterocanonical books? So yeah, it has first and second Maccabees. Anyway, so I think you get the drift. This is who Mark, when you go to his resume, that's who he's worked for. So let's continue.
Yep, that's my channel right there, and I've done quite a lot of videos, probably too many videos, but that's me.
Okay. Yeah, and of course, what you're mainly known for in our world is a lot of your stuff on the King James version. You have a lot of videos on there. You have books. I have read one of your books. I have authorized right here. That obviously I learned things from this book. I am not making an official endorsement. Again, for those who don't know, who Mark Ward is, I would consider ourselves on opposite sides when it comes to the King James issue, but it does not mean that I am not capable of having an honest conversation.
And so I appreciate that Tommy McMurtry is just straight out like, look, we're in disagreement.
I do that on a regular basis. And it's something that some people love me for it. Some people hate me for it. They don't like it. In fact, I'm even capable if I disagree.
Okay, so I didn't see that. Clemens says, did you get that? The original, which do not exist. Yeah, some people, what they have is they mix up purposely the word original, either meaning the original documents that were written or the original languages. So when we say, oh, well, the original Greek says this, and people are like, we don't have the original Greek. It's like, yeah, we're talking about the original language. And so that can be, it is like a tactic of some people. Now, I know some people on the King James side use that against people. You say, well, actually, in the original Greek, it says this. And they're like, we don't have the original Greek. And it's like, I was clearly talking about the original language, not the original text, But anyway, let's continue.
Agree with somebody of getting a picture with them. This is a picture of us. What's that?
It was nice to meet you, Tommy. I was honored that you came.
Yes, and I did. I had a good time, and I got a little bit of heat for that. In fact, before we even get into the fun stuff or the real substance of this, I do want to play one video clip for you that I think you will enjoy. And what's funny about this is, because obviously we took that picture kind of for fun, and I did that to just again to stir things up on social media. But in the IFB world, we are so political with stuff. People get so sensitive about things, and I just think it's weird. And so I like to do things to kind of poke the hornet's nest every once in a while. And and people will think I'm a compromiser because I'm taking a picture with the enemy and stuff like that. But I personally just think it's funny. But it did result in one rant from a pulpit in a church that I do want to get your reaction to. Hopefully you've not seen.
I actually forgot to play a clip. I'll let Tommy finish his little section here. And then just before they start getting into the meat of things, I just want to show you the latest Mark Ward thing that he said about me. I forgot to show it, but here we go.
Any of this. And so hopefully this will be a live reaction. But this is an edited clip of this is Pastor Aaron Thompson from your neck of the woods, I believe. You live in Washington State, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. He's in Vancouver, Washington. And he preached a couple messages called Mark Ward Exposed, but I did want to play this clip for you.
Great.
To close this off, just, Mark Ward is a false friend. He's no friend of ours. He's no friend of Baptist. And he can take his New King James Version and go jump in the lake of fire with it. Amen. And, the fact that he and another false friend of ours, Pastor Tom McMurtry, the gently led husband, took a picture together, and he says, let's see how many people I can make mad with this by taking a picture with this guy. It's a picture with him and Mark Ward. Doesn't surprise me at all because false friends like to stand together, but it doesn't really make me mad at all. It just doesn't surprise me at all either. So, I've had that guy pegged for a long time too. So when he's just, buddying up with taking a picture with a false teacher, but doesn't want to have anything to do with people that are real men of God, then it just doesn't surprise me. So he's a false friend too. And, nobody cares what you have to say. Like, nobody likes you. Nobody likes your shows. You're running an echo chamber. You're the real echo chamber. All right. So Mark Ward, false friend, and Mark and avoid. Mark, Ward, and avoid. All right, let's pray. Lord, we thank you.
So, what do you think about that?
I feel sad for people who attend a church and that's what their pastor thinks is appropriate for any point of the exposition. I was always taught, if you are going to critique someone, you really bring it. That is, you do your homework and you understand what they say. You represent them accurately in terms that they would acknowledge. Yeah, that's what I say. And actually, that's one of the reasons I'm here, Tommy. You weren't mean or bad toward me when you were on with Dan, and neither was Dan. And there was one key moment when you asked Dan, and I'll get back to reacting a little bit in a second, but you asked Dan, why won't Mark debate textual criticism? And I was a little nervous, like, okay, what's Dan going to say? I trust him. I trust his goodwill. We don't agree. How is he going to represent me? And he represented me perfectly, like probably better than I could say it myself. And I thought, now that is Christian character right there. He doesn't agree, but he represents me in a way that I would say, yeah, that's exactly what I think. So, then I'm also thinking, actually, this.
But did Mark Ward represent me? Yeah, just by saying, why does he hate me and all this sort of stuff. So anyway, I'll let them finish this little section and then I'll show the clip that Mark's made.
This guy, I don't know him at all, never heard of him. He is actually helping me by repeating the term false friends. He's just making it more popular. And to me, the bad press that I get is actually just free publicity. And then the only endorsement I care about is the one you did give. Like, you didn't endorse my book, you don't agree, and that's totally fine with me. I wouldn't expect you to. But the endorsement I want is I learned something. Like, that's what I care about. And if anybody out there in that church or listening to sermons from this guy, I don't know him at all, and I presume he's a brother in Christ, if they hear false friends, what's that? And they go look it up and they learn something, even from one of my quote unquote enemies. If they learn to read their Bible better, they learn how long halt you between two opinions, or study to show thyself approved, what that really means, then I'm happy.
Yeah. Well, now that particular pastor, he's done many rants about me from the pulpit. I've used him for promos for this program. That's typically what I do if people rant about me. But I am somebody who I have been many times misrepresented in pulpits, on videos and things, and I hate it.
Yeah.
I absolutely, that kind of thing disgusts me greatly. And it is a big problem in the IFB, and not just in the IFB too. The RFP, I think the IFB and the recovering fundamental crowd, they clearly came from the IFB. I think they do the same thing. They've used my stuff. They did a whole program going through one of my videos where they misrepresented so bad. And, I've done it before. I've been guilty before, but it was in reality through those things that I really came to the realization that, if I'm going to have any kind of public platform, where I disagree with people, where I talk about people, then I need to make sure I don't ever allow myself to become them. And so that's why I have that rule. And that's why, people sometimes get mad at me because I'm not real foaming at the mouth, nasty towards other people. But it's just like, we don't help our cause when we misrepresent other people. So I've even got people mad at me before when we're talking about opposition, and then I've and they're misrepresenting what that person's saying. And then I'm like, well, wait a minute. No. And then I'll kind of accurately represent it. And then they get mad at me. And it's like,
yeah, that's just Christian character. That's Christian charity. We don't want to have too much of a mutual admiration society here. We're all guilty of many sins, but one of the sins that I would like to see decrease in the IFB, and that I actually think will, and I'll tell you why, is exactly what you're describing. I think that the sin of misrepresenting others is likely to decrease over time simply because the next generation, I have an itching ear. I don't know why. I'm not looking for a teacher who tells me what I want to hear. I just literally have an itch on my ear. Anyway, there is everybody in the church that, listened to that guy talk could literally look up Mark Ward and false friends on their phone while he was talking. And this just happened, something like this, in a much lower level, but somebody, a King James only preacher, was talking about one of my false friends, although he didn't know it. He was actually being tripped up by it. And meanwhile, one of the ladies in his church was looking up that word in Logos and realizing that's not what that means. And she's asking me. And I'm just hoping that the level of ability to check people out is going to cause that kind of misrepresentation to go down. I also think, was it Josh Allen?
And so that's one of the reasons why I've made the Textus Receptus website. And I remember one time I was listening to James White. He was doing one of his history classes, which I actually really enjoyed. It was in his church, and he was talking about something. And he was talking about the quartodecimans. And he said maybe someone could Google quartodecimans. And so I actually Googled it. It was live. I think it was live. Yeah, it could have been. And I Googled it, and my website came up first. And I was like, yes, because I'd done a whole thing on Easter, and that topic had been, talked about quite a lot with Chrysostom and others. And so here was James White telling people to Google it and to get the definition. And so I actually, it was only a little stub of a page. It only had a little bit of information. So I quickly sort of filled in some other things and had links to Easter and James White and things like that, because I knew that lots of people were going to listen to that and actually Google it. Even if it was like 100 people who did it, it's like they would go to my page, So that was a classic, I thought, anyway.
Who was instrumental in setting up my debate with Dan Hatefley. He works for the King James Bible Research Council, and he's definitely younger. I mean, he's in his 20s, mid-20s, I would guess. I first encountered him when he was on Keith Foskey's channel, and he was defending King James onlyism. But like within moments, I realized this guy wants to have a conversation.
So you see what Mark does. He's like, I met this one guy, and he actually wants to talk. He actually doesn't want to just call me names and bully me and be mean and nasty and slanderous. And it's like, hey, just slow down. You can talk to anyone. Like, his standards are so high. It's like a Karen, you know what I mean? Or, we usually call him a Ken or something like that, where it's like, hey, hang on. Like, you can't, walk on his lawn, and you can't walk on his footpath, and you can't walk on the road. And it's like, what can I do? Are you joking? It's like, no, he hasn't met anyone who he can talk to. You know what I mean? Like, we're all just toxic jerks. And he found this one guy who just isn't a toxic jerk. And it's like, and this is why he's passive aggressive. He's demonizing everyone else by lifting up one person. And so you can't even do this in a church. I remember one time a friend of mine, he did a whole sermon on, and this guy got saved through me, through my ministry. And he did a whole sermon on how God's going to use the youth. The youth of the church are going to be the ones who bring revival, blah, 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 and just said all this stuff. And at the end, it was my old pastor. He just went up to him and said, look, good sermon, but just think about it next time, because all the older people were just sitting there going, well, I guess I'm pretty useless. But they're sort of mature enough to overlook it, because you say, if you give a biscuit to one kid, all the other kids want one. You know what I mean? You got to be careful. You can't just say, you get one kid in the classroom and say, this kid is a genius. This kid is the smartest kid. All the other kids feel deflated. You think you're lifting up someone, but they're deflated. And so this can be the way that people demonize other people. It's like, hey, this kid's the best. This kid's the nicest. I remember when I was in grade 3, there was this one kid in the class who had really nice blonde hair and was a little handsome looking boy. And the teacher used to come in and scream at everyone else, but then hug this little boy and say, oh, I wish you were my boy, and just showers of love upon this boy. And we're all like, well, I guess she doesn't like us, you know. Everyone else was just like nothing. And so this is what Mark's doing. He's actually like, oh, I finally found someone who will listen to me. And it's like, Mark, we're all listening to you. It's just that when we critique you see it as hate and a hate crime. You know, it's not. So I'll quickly show you Mark Ward's latest video where he mentions me. So I was going to pull this up before, but I forgot. So here we go.
Has difficulty reading the King James. This is almost fully granting my case. And here's my huge question for King James onlyism as a whole, and for Christopher in particular. If people actually do need help understanding these King James false friends, why am I your enemy and not your friend? One King James onlyist who makes very intense and vitriolic 3 or 4 hour response videos to me on a regular basis, his name rhymes with trick players, has actually made his own update of the King James. If I'm so off base about King James archaisms, why was his work necessary? When I argue that a given word in the King James is a false friend, I almost never hear from King James onlyists. Yes, Mark, you're right. Many people are misunderstanding that word without knowing it. Christopher couldn't bring himself.
Okay, so I'll play that again, because he calls me trick players. He says his name rhymes with trick players, and I was like, hang on, I actually said to AI, show me a picture of a trick player, and this is what came up. This is a trick player, and I was like, surely he could have. Yeah, a trick is something deceptive. If you're a player, you know you're being deceptive. Why couldn't he say something nice like his name rhymes with? Well, just say my name. You know what I mean? Like, anyway, I'll rewind that, and because he says I make 3 to 4 hour videos, they're vitriolic. You know, I'm just a toxic jerk, basically. So let's go back.
Vitriolic 3 or 4, not your English Bible with which they may be unacquainted. Lord willing, Christopher says, I will be a part of providing something free and complete to edify anyone who has difficulty reading the King James. This is almost fully granting my case. And here's my huge question for King James onlyism as a whole, and for Christopher in particular. If people actually do need help understanding these King James false friends, why am I your enemy and not your friend?
It's not about being an enemy or a friend. It's just about truth.
One King James onlyist who makes...
So he calls me a King James onlyist, and I've done an update. So you notice the categorizations are ridiculous. How can I be a King James onlyist if I've done an update of the King James? Like, people who are New King James guys, you would not call them King James onlyists. People who have greens, you know, literal, you wouldn't call it King James onlyist. People who have another TR edition, but I've worked on that, and he calls me a King James only. So you see the errors that these guys make. He repented of calling Jeff Riddle a King James onlyist, but then he goes and says his whole conference is King James only. Like, and he's wondering why people are saying, Mark, stop slandering, stop saying this. So he calls me a King James onlyist. Then he says, I've done my own Bible. So how on earth is that possible? How, you know?
Very intense and vitriolic 3 or 4 hour response video.
3 or 4 hour response videos. It's like, well, I do the same if I'm critiquing anyone. I mean, I've critiqued just popular people on the internet, and they're saying stuff about the Bible, and I'm like, well, that's wrong, and I do 4, if I've got time, 5 hour videos. It's just the way it is. But I don't know why, but they just seem to make out that the length of the video is just so toxic. 3 to 4 hour videos. It's like, okay, well, you probably spent like a whole day editing your thing. I just throw it out there, you know.
To me on a regular basis. His name rhymes with trick players. Has 4 hour response videos to me on a regular basis. his name rhymes with trick players, has actually made his own update of the King James. If I'm so off base about King James archaisms, why was his work necessary?
Well, Mark, it was done way before you come along. And the thing is, because I'm in a position where I'm like, okay, I've got no problems with updates. A lot of people don't. They don't have any problem with updates. But the thing is, finding accurate updates is the issue. And we've pointed out the New King James is not accurate. And so he's like, what's the issue? You should agree with you. No, it's because you are being deceptive, because you want people to follow the ESV. You want people to think that there's no difference between the ESV and the King James. It's just updated words. That's what you've said in your book that I quoted. And so that's the quotation that I've got there. Let me find it again. Here. This is the quotation that Mark, blocked me for. So this is into 2019. So we were talking before this, and I tagged him, Mark Ward, I think I tagged him. Well, anyway, Timothy Berg tagged him here. So maybe he didn't know that I was blocked, and that's why he said I should have tagged him. But yeah, here we are. So in his book, he says the KJV and modern translations are saying precisely the same thing. Of course, they're speaking to different audiences, and only one of those audiences is still living. But it's not saying the same thing in every place. There's many, many places where it's saying different things, sometimes the opposite thing. So then he says, and I built a textual criticism teaching tool that I hope will help everyone. So this is his agenda. It will help everyone see just how inconsequential the vast majority of textual decisions are. Are they inconsequential? No, they're not. So he's being deceptive. And so, anyway, I thought that was hilarious. The trick players.
When I argue,
let's have another look.
Vitriol. If people actually do need help understanding these King James false friends, why am I your enemy and not your friend? One King James onlyist who makes very intense and vitriolic 3 or 4 hour response videos to me on a regular basis, his name rhymes with trick players, has actually made his own update of the King James. If I'm so off base about King James archaisms, why was his work necessary? When I argue that a given word in the King James is a false friend, I almost never hear from King James onlyists. Yes, Mark, you're right.
It's because he's wrong on lots of them. I pointed out with studies, spedauzo, if it's philosophical, it means to study. If it's talking about being diligent in reading, it's talking about study. That's what it means. In the Greek, to go to university is a spedauzo. And so he doesn't bring any of that up. He's already made his video. He's like, that's correct. And he just refuses to sort of look at that information. But to me, it's something that I've known, even as a New King James person. That was one of the first mistakes that I saw in the New King James. I was like, actually, be diligent isn't good. Spedauzo means to study. Yes, it is a diligence, but it's a diligence of the mind, because in the context, because there's a lexical definition and there's a contextual definition. The contextual definition says it's a diligence, and it says rightly dividing the word of truth. How do you rightly divide the word of truth? You use your brain, and so it's called a study. So it's pretty basic. So he's wrong on that. In the KJV 2023, I've got study. I don't have be diligent, but the New King James does. I think the be diligent is a Catholic type of thing. You're diligent, you're running around trying. It says be diligent to show yourself approved to God, a workman that does not need to be ashamed. That's what the Catholics are doing, or people who are doing works. I'm pleasing God by the works that I do. But if it's study to show yourself approved unto God, using your brain, a workman that does not need to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. If you have the whole text there, the whole verse, the context is clearly a philosophical aspect of spedauzo. So that's why, I'm like, well, you're wrong there, Mark. And sometimes I've often just said he's just stating the obvious. We've already known where these archaic words are. I already did the 2016 update way before Mark came on the scene. but he just won't not acknowledge that that's been done. Or this one, Brett, yesterday's like, have you seen this? He's like, well, I've seen it, but I've never read it, and that guy hates me. It's like, it shouldn't matter, But anyway.
I need to know who this is. I had never encountered him before, so I actually asked my followers, like, does anybody know who this is? And somebody did, and we ended up getting in contact, and that helped lead to the debate. And he said something like, I'm gonna mess up this quotation, but Josh said to me something like, the younger generation recognizes you can't just go and foam at the mouth. I think he was reflecting that the way media has changed the discussion. Yeah, I'm with you.
Well, and there's like somebody like myself, I don't really feel qualified to go into a lot of the in-depth stuff when it comes to the King James issue, but I am capable of listening, and I do listen. And I'm listening to people on the King James only side say a lot of nonsense in the name of King James onlyism. I might ask you about some specifics about that later on, but and I'm able to listen to your side too. And that's why, I was interested in this book, and I remember talking to you after I had read it, because even though I disagree with your conclusions or your solutions, I guess you could say, and people get mad at me when I say this too, but it's like, it's my opinion that, Mark Ward is trying to be honest in his approach on this. And I think somebody can be.
So this is where I think Tommy, this is what Tommy's seeing. And, but I just don't think he's gone through enough of Mark Ward's material to go, yeah, no, he's being deceptive here. Because if you actually just watch his videos, he talks very fast. So sometimes he'll say things, and the passive aggressiveness is actually in his talking fast. So he'll say something and then go, and many of these King James people don't know the original languages, and they never use word studies, and they just follow the English anyway, so they wouldn't be able to study these things out for themselves. And then he moves on to something else, and you're like, when you slow it down and you expand it out, you're like, he's just saying that we're dummies, basically. And he does this often. And yeah, sure, there are some people out there who are KJV illiterates, but it's he should be dealing with the Chris Yetzes, the Bryan Rosses, the Scott Joneses, even Will Kinney. He's done so much. The guy from the KJV Today website, the King James Research Council, like Phil Stringer, and people from the Dean Burgon Society, and all. There's so many people he could choose, but oftentimes he's just saying these people don't know Greek, they don't know Hebrew. And most of the people who I've interviewed on the channel so far are like, yeah, I study Greek. Let's say someone like D.A. Waite, he knew Greek really well, and I used to listen to a lot of his bibliology stuff, and he was really well versed in Greek, and knew the Bible really well, and knew where these words, how these words were used. And yes, anyway, so I think this is one of the things that I've seen with this, and I'm not saying Tommy's wrong to say this, but I think the more that you study Mark Ward, the more that you realize that what he's actually even written in the book it's not that helpful. It's just sort of basically stating the obvious. An old book has old words. He's put it into the false friends category. And then he's said, well, there's some words people don't know that they don't know. And, but he's avoiding all these other categories. See, some people will specifically read an old book knowing they have to look up words in the dictionary. At least they know it's accurate. Like if you were a pilot and you had to, pull your plane engine apart and put it back together using a manual that was from the 1920s or something like that, 1950s or whatever, and it had old words in it, but you had a dictionary there so you could look these up. Would you rather have that manual or a new one that came out that had 10,000 words missing? And you're like, or whole entire pages are torn out. You're like, no, I want all the words. That's what we're like. We're just like, well, we don't care if it's going to be old or whatever. We want all the words, you know. Where Mark's just like, well, it doesn't really matter, you know. So his whole concept is not just, oh, I'm worried about the King James words. He has a full agenda. That's why he's got his website, trying to make people downplay the whole issue about text, downplay the whole issue about differences in Bible versions, because sometimes the issue isn't the text. I mean, just look at the New King James with Hebrews chapter 3, verse 16, where no one goes into the promised land, according to the New King James. But in the King James, it says some went in. It says some rebelled. But then it says, so basically it's saying Joshua and Caleb went into the promised land. And so it wasn't all that went in. It wasn't all who rebelled, but the New King James says everyone rebelled and no one went into the promised land. It's like, that's a historical error, but they actually base it on a different Greek text there and cause it to be a question. They don't even follow Scrivener there. So this is one of the things Mark has to acknowledge this totally destroys that verse. I'd encourage, maybe I should just show it rather than me just yab on about it. Let's go to the TR website. We'll go down to New King James. Here we go. And I'll just quickly show you the issue. Okay, so it's in Hebrews 3:16. For some, when they had heard, did provoke, howbeit not all that came out of Egypt by Moses. So it's saying some, and when it's saying some, it's like, you know, can I have some sugar? It's not like a small amount or a big amount. It's just some, you know, it's just saying a number. Okay. So some when they did heard, so it was a vast majority of people. For some when they heard, they did provoke, howbeit not all. So not everyone provoked. Joshua and Caleb didn't. That came out of Egypt by Moses. New King James says, for who, having heard, rebelled. So it's rhetorical because it gives you the answer. For who, having heard, rebelled. Okay, they heard, who rebelled. Indeed, was it not all who came out of Egypt, led by Moses? So this one says it wasn't all. This says, you know, was it not all? It's answering the question. Who rebelled? Wasn't it everyone? Didn't, you know, it's saying the opposite thing. And so, and this is based on a different Greek text. So the New King James says it follows Scrivener here, but it doesn't. And even Dr. Price, James Price, editor of the New King James, noted this variant himself. The issue hinges on the accent mark on the Greek word tines, whether it is on the first syllable or on the last. With the accent on the first syllable, the word is the interrogative pronoun who, as in the New King James. With it on the last syllable, the word is the indefinite pronoun some, as in the King James. He's showing that they departed from the Textus Receptus. How's that? Because if you go to Hebrews 3:16, I'm pretty sure I've got Beza's text there that you can look at. But isn't that an error? Yeah, isn't that? It's not only just a false friend, it's a whole false verse. And that's in the New King James. I'm not even going into the ESV or NIV where it's like a smorgasbord of just error. Tines. So you can clearly see the accent mark above the epsilon there, like this. So this is matching with Theodore Beza's. If it's above the iota, then it becomes a question, but it's not. It's clearly there. And when you look at, I'm pretty sure I should have Scrivener's here. Actually, I don't think that's accurate. Let me just check. Hebrews 3:16. Maybe I can go to. Maybe I should just keep watching the video and do this in the background. Okay, let's get to you.
Wrong and honest at the same time,
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
when
that's
we
really
hear
important.
wrong, we think liar, and it's just
Right.
but that's just my opinion on that. But I should be able to have a conversation.
Yeah, and I guess what you were implying was you don't like my solution, but you agree that I've named a genuine problem, and I've heard you say that.
Yes.
Before.
And that's why, too, what I want to do at the end of this program, I'm just going to throw out a suggestion to you, as like
I'll be ready.
what I think you could potentially do to help in the King James world. And you can tell me what you think about it. I'll save that for the end. But,
Okay,
as somebody who, of course, is a pastor, is an independent fundamental Baptist pastor, and I've got a ton of opinions, and I think that they are very important. I'll give you my opinion at the end on what you ought to do and what I think would help. But anyway, so what has been the response since that debate, specifically from the King James only crowd? I mean, obviously you already were kind of a villain, but I guess what kind of additional response?
So we got my nephew Chris from Pakistan watching. Good to see Chris. Happy birthday to Rebecca for yesterday.
Have you received since that debate?
Yeah, initially the first week or two, and actually I jetted right off to London. I'm not that much of a jet setter. I just happened to have another ministry trip right after it. So I was rather busy and couldn't track it all, as I might have if I were home. But I did sense a lot of anger toward me and toward Dan from the King James.
Yeah, and A. Hannah says, Tommy McMurtry thinks Mark Ward is honest. Well, end of story. I think that's the thing. People are just not aware of the sleight of hand that's happening. And so... and I think, too, people just think that he's just pointing out false friends. He's not. He's pointing out false friends, but clearly his agenda from the beginning, what he was talking about text and saying it's the same. All these, the Nestle Alarm and the TR, they got differences, but they don't matter. And so he is talking about the text. But he's saying it's just not an issue. That's why he doesn't want to debate it, because he doesn't see it as an issue. And he wants everyone to think that way as well. So he's got that agenda. That's his presupposition. And so you've got to be honest about your presuppositions and come to the table and say, well, yeah, I know I've got a presupposition. I want people to just see the critical text as the same as the Textus Receptus. There's no real difference between them. I want everyone to think that the ESV is just an update of the King James in words. That's what he says in his book, but he cloaks all that, and then he's like, I'm just concerned about my King James brothers, and then he demonizes us all and he says he's an apostle to us, but he thinks that an apostle is someone who just bosses you around. An apostle is someone who serves. If I'm actually lost, if I'm in a cult, if I'm in a King James cult and I'm just lost, shouldn't Mark chase me down like I'm one of the lost sheep? Well, I'm the lost coin, and he's rejoicing. He's just like, no, that guy, why does he hate me? It's like, well, anyway, what can I say about that?
James only side. And I do think a lot of people lost their heads. I think there was a lot of slander, and I would say directed toward me and Dan. And that was really disheartening to me.
Sure. There's a lot of slander directed towards me, towards Tommy McMurtry, towards everyone. Welcome to the world. But there was some genuine pushback. And I think the genuine pushback, even against Dan, was very warranted. He's saying things like Lucifer is a mistranslation, that the King James translators followed the Septuagint there. He's saying that giants isn't a good rendition of the word. We're clearly in the context of the Nephilim. Clearly, it's talking about giants, and so understanding these type of things, you can see where the criticism that's come is warranted. Now, do people go overboard? Yeah, they go overboard with everything. If you say, well, the rapture's this and that, people will say, oh, you're a bozo, you're an idiot, oh, you're deceived by the Illuminati, and it's like, oh, well, they can think whatever they want. It shouldn't shut down conversation. People shouldn't be so touchy. I mean, if you're going to make any public statement, expect to be machine gunned. You know what I mean? If you see, this is the thing, they have these huge expectations. What's that? Dickens, Great Expectations. Mark has great expectations that he's going to go and play on the highway and not get hit by a car. He's got these expectations that he's just going to wander on into King James only land, and he's going to tiptoe through the tulips. No, you're going to have a rough time. I've run the Facebook group exposing Peter Ruckman, and even while he was alive, it was up there. It's been up there for like probably 15 years now. And some of the people there were so toxic. I just used to have to laugh at it. And the problem was I made it a group where most of my other things are a page, so no one knows who runs it. But this was a group, and I accidentally made it a group, and then I put all this stuff on there, and it had Nick Sayers at the top, and so they were hounding me and coming on my personal page and getting photos and photoshopping them, and I'm like, these guys are just wild. But it just showed me the fruit. It's like, oh, all these guys follow Ruckman, and a lot of them were involved with Ruckman in their church, and pastoring and things like that. And I'm like, these guys are pretty wild, but it just showed me a whole nother side to that. But I've got exposing Peter Ruckman. On the other side, I got exposing Stephen Anderson. One group that I had, I spoke again about Stephen Anderson. I lost 800 people in like a few days. Within a week, there was 800 people had left my page because I spoke against Anderson. He has a big following, and then they're attacking me. So it's, if you're going to go and play on the highway, you're going to expect to get hurt. You're going to have to learn to dodge. And it's like, I go and play on the highway every day in many different lanes, and I get called all sorts of things. You just got to get over this. Oh, they called me this and they did that. And we had a cordial conversation. We were nice to each other. We said this and we said that. Sure, man, just do that. Why do you have to make out that everyone else is just like bashing everyone over the head with a baseball bat? It's not that bad. Yeah, saying, hey, you're wrong. I think you're wrong. And even if someone says, hey, Nick, I think you're wrong and I think you're going to hell. I mean, Tommy McMurtry would probably say that to me. I'm like, okay, well, that's what you think. I think you're wrong. And I'll prove him wrong. Not just go, oh, get the crocodile tears out. Anyway.
I didn't want to stir up the hornets merely. I wanted to make some kind of substantive, step forward. So if you would have asked me in those 2 weeks, what do I think? I could have given positives, but, that was a pretty big negative in my mind about how people were responding. I felt like I was asking the Lord, did I make other people sin by provoking them? Just by doing a debate, and that was what one of my major mentors, who I talked to on the phone when I was waiting at the airport to go to London years ago, he told me he was one of the ones who was counseling me not to do a debate. And I love him and respect him so much. He's always guided me well. That was one reason I waited years, because I respected him so much. My wife was also skeptical. But for multiple reasons, including other counselors who disagreed, I went ahead with this. And but I was concerned that one of my major counselors would be right. Did I just stir people up to anger? However, I would say after that kind of initial rush of anger just kind of subsided, Dan and I are still talking. You and I are talking. We don't, obviously hate one another. It's clear that we don't. You and me, you and Dan, or me and Dan, and you and Dan, I guess that's true too. I've just had more interesting conversations with people across the aisle. Like, I don't know that you could have known to expect that. And I actually credit Dan a lot for that, because he didn't lose his cool. He treated me like a fellow Christian, like a brother. And I started to think, there are people in the King James only world, and God knows their hearts. I'm talking very generally here. I'm not naming any specific people.
Mhm.
I'm thinking there are King James only people who the attraction of the viewpoint is they get to hate other people. I will name one name, Peter Ruckman. I feel when I listened to him, and I read his stuff years ago, I read tons of it. I actually worked at the Bob Jones University fundamentalism file in the library and read tons of his stuff to make a report. I just came away.
So did you hear that? He read through a whole bunch of Ruckmanite stuff. So he should know better than to call us Ruckmanites. It's not out of ignorance. He knows what Ruckman teaches and believes. And then he's turning around and calling us all Ruckmanites. So anyway, I just thought I'd point out, I found the Hebrews 3:16 reading in Scrivener. And lo and behold, where is it? Verse 16 here. Oh, has it gone? Oh, I'm in Corinthians. Hang on. Zoom down to Hebrews. Sorry, I did have it lined up. I know some of you guys are just like, why are you doing this? I just like to tidy up all these details. Here we go. Hebrews 9. Just to prove that they don't follow the Textus Receptus of Scrivener or of Bezer, the New King James. So it's just another place where Mark's wrong. Okay, so that's 6, 4, okay, 3:16. Here we go. See the Tines there? Make it a bit bigger here. The 16 Tines. So notice the accent mark is above the epsilon there, not on the iota. So it follows the King James reading, not and so they have it over the I, the iota, and so basically that causes it to be made into a question. New King James follows the critical text there. So there you go, another place where it's departing.
Thinking he hates his enemies. He doesn't love his enemies. I can't say that's the majority in the King James only world. I do not think that's the case. So I think that when Dan got up there and was cordial to me, the people who are really just wanting to hate their enemies, they were really upset. But I think the great majority of King James only people are true Christians who love the Lord and would prefer to love their brothers and sisters in Christ, and do love their brothers and sisters in Christ, and actually saw something in Dan's cordiality that reached them. Like that's the way they really would prefer to be.
It's like we're all just like we're all toxic jerks, and we're all like, we see Dan and we're like, wow, we could behave like that too someday. It's like, can't you see this is so passive aggressive? It's just, hey, you guys are toxic. Like he's basically saying Dan is the hero, you guys are zero. But you could be like Dan one day, you're all, it's like the Gillette ad. You're all secret rapists, you're all secret womanizers, and, but, you've just got to pull each other up, and, maybe one day you'll be a real man, sort of thing. A. Hannes says he names Peter Ruckman, not rhymes with Eda Muckman. You got to stop, A. Hannah. It's like nearly 3 a.m. here, and if you get me to have the giggles, it's not going to go well.
And then those people felt emboldened to be cordial, even in disagreement. And as of this moment, I'm just kind of like, sticking my thermometer in the water and seeing what's the temperature. That's the thing that's standing out to me. And that is a direct answer to a prayer that I didn't know I was praying. I was praying that Dan would be cordial. I thought he would be, or I wouldn't have done a debate with him. I thought he would, but who knows what's going to happen in public. But he absolutely did everything he said he would do. He was a man of integrity. And the unknown prayer I had beyond that was that the cordiality levels would go up between the King James only world and the non-King James only world. And I would definitely say that's been the case in the last, month since the debate.
So everyone's just being all nice to each other. I don't see it that way. I see that people are just saying, man, we're tired of talking about Mark Ward. He's like playing on the highway every day now. And people are like, man, this guy's just here. Let's examine all of his false friends. They're going through it and saying, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. Look, he said this silly statement here. This is wrong. And it's like, I don't think it's actually doing. The only people who are really jumping onto his side are people who are really ignorant and who just watch his videos, and that's about it. But yeah, this is the whole thing. Since the debate, it's not really about, okay, what was said and everything like that. Yeah, that gets talked about, but it's more so like we actually talk to each other like humans. And it's like, like I've had a debate with Tommy McMurtry. He was actually a real gentleman. And I sort of mentioned that. I was like, I was expecting him to be a jerk because he was hanging around Anderson. But he'd separated from Anderson by that point, and I was like, "Oh, he's actually a pretty nice guy. You know, he's not being toxic to me, or he said some pretty gnarly things later on and all the rest of it. But it's like, oh well, it's a bit of pushback. I've said some gnarly things about him, but it's I don't know why it's just like who else is doing debates? Like imagine you're doing a debate about soteriology. And someone just after the debate is like, we talked nicely to each other, and this is like kindergarten stuff. Just stop. It's not about all being nice and everything. It's about what's being said. Because then you got the tone police. And just I'm from Australia. We speak different. We're a little bit crass. And so I'll never be part of the cool kids club. I'll never be out on the debate scene because I'm not the cool kid and I can't watch my P's and Q's. It's like, come on.
Yeah, I think it's getting better, but I do think, and I'll get in trouble for this too. That's fine. I do credit a lot of that to you and Pastor Hafley just because of how you guys have kind of continued to handle this. Because the initial response that I saw at first, I wasn't seeing a lot of the negative stuff. Just because I'm not following the right people, I guess. But then when I kind of heard about some things getting nasty, I went and I started looking. I was just like, holy cow, because in reality, that was exactly what I was expecting before the debate and after the debate, which is one of the reasons I wanted to go to it and support it. It was one of the reasons, too. I even got my picture taken with both of you because when it comes to my agenda, and I have an agenda, I think when it comes to conversations like this, where we are constantly getting in our conferences and unchallenged going and just creaming the other side, I think we ought to, if we're able to do that, we ought to also be able to allow ourselves to publicly be challenged. And not many will do that in the IFB world. And so I did not know Brother Hafley before this, but I thought the way he presented himself was great. I think the way he's handled things since then has been very good, and I think he's been a good example on this. And I've had some people too, just since I did the podcast with him, kind of saying some things about him, like he's just not King James enough. And
I was reading my Bible this morning.
There is a great deal of, I don't know if it's ignorance, insanity, or whatever on the King James only side. Just so many goofy things, and I really believe most people are King James only because that's the political party that they are aligned with, and I don't think it has to be that way. And I think that when you have a position based only on politics and not scripture, it's only a matter of time you're going to make the position look stupid. And of course on the King James issue, it's not based just on scripture, because obviously we don't have a verse about the 1611 English translation, which some people think we do in Psalms 12, but at the same time, I appreciate that you guys did that. I'm very thankful that Quentin Road Baptist Church put that on. I was hoping they weren't going to get a lot of grief for doing that, because I would like to see them keep doing it, because first off too, just the production quality and everything they put together was really well too.
They were fantastic.
Yeah, it
Absolutely.
was first class.
Very professional.
Yeah, presentation, everything. And I think they need to do that more. And so I know you briefly touched on this, but I wanted to ask I wanted to ask this anyway, though, just because, again, representing is important on here. And so how do you feel that you have been represented on the Spirit of Prophecy podcast?
So I can't say that I've listened to a lot of episodes, Tommy. I'm sorry, but I have listened to a few when you're talking about the King James, and I definitely listened all the way through your conversation with Dan. And I was very impressed. I was very pleased. This is the kind of disagreement that I've wanted from the beginning, the kind that fairly represents my viewpoint and is willing to give me an inch, you know, to say Mark is naming something that exists. In
Mark's just saying there's old words in an old book. And he's like, you have to agree with me. You have to. It's like you just stating the obvious. Like I've stated that. You know what I mean? Like D.A. Waite stated it. Trinitarian Bible Society has stated it. You're just trying to look for these weird little ones on the side that, and then, like, yeah, you've jumped right into the arena and gone, well, I want to be the guru on this issue, and it's like, okay, well, that's fine, be it. But D.A. Waite, the whole Dean Burgon Society, and everyone who supported them were like, yeah, the Defined King James Bible, the Trinitarian Bible Society, been around since 1831. They've got the archaic word list, and they've also got a Bible with those archaic words defined in the margins. And so they're huge organizations, you know what I mean? When you're talking about King James leaders and stuff like that, and you talk about a few people here and there, well, I would say that D.A. Waite, you know, very influential. Like even the King James Research Council, that's sort of like a Dean Burgon Society offshoot, you know, because D.A. Waite just got old, and also, you know, he's passed away now, but also he had a few, you know, distinct Baptist things, and, you know, so it was quite a narrow thing, so only a few people could be part of his little circle. But, yeah, Trinitarian Bible Society, hugely influential. The whole, you know, confessional bibliology guys, they're gravitating toward them because it's very similar sort of reform thing. And, you know, Mark just sort of, it's sort of like me. What is it like? It's like, you know, someone's been the weatherman for like 20 years. And then I jump on the TV station and I start saying the weather. And I'm like, see, I'm right again. I'm right. And it's like, yeah, well, people have been doing the science behind this for years and years, you know. But the thing is, he's wrong on several of these. That's the problem. And he's not right on all of them. Sometimes it's just saying, yeah, the sky's blue. And we're like, okay, yeah, that's an old word. Other times it's like, you know, when people look into it, see, this is the thing. I think what Tommy McMurtry will probably do, he'll go through this and there'll be a little bit of a pushback. He'll jump on like Facebook on TR Academy or whatever and look at some of what's been said and go, hang on, yeah, Mark's wrong on this, he's wrong on that, he's wrong on this. And there's a lot of definitions that are just wrong. And so, yeah, that's a whole issue that's, yeah, I think people just need to become schooled on. And I guess maybe someone will write a book against Mark's work because it's quite popular. And he's just in the limelight every day now. I actually didn't even want to do this video, but I was like, well, he's spoken about me in a couple of videos, and Tommy McMurtry's done this, and it's like, well, I feel like I'm obliged to, because I've done so many videos on Mark. I sort of know his character. I know certain things about what he says, the way that he says it, that I can bring across probably a very good commentary on this interaction
with his term false friends. You know,
so Ahana says, I think someone said earlier, it's the spirit of ecumenicism going on. It is not the content, it is not the truth, it's be kind. Not sure that's what Jesus, Paul, Peter focused on. Yeah, it's I just, it's, how can you even explain it? It's like, come on, guys, we all have to be nice. And you're like, I thought we were being nice. I thought we were playing fine. But then someone extra sensitive comes along and it's like, I'm offended. You didn't use my pronouns properly. And it's like, oh, sorry. I didn't know that just me talking normally would offend people. I'm trying not to be a jerk. Calvin says, come on, everyone, let's all sing Kumbaya. And if you're out of key, you have to leave. Hannah says, Mark Ward, unless you abandon your King James, then you're not listening to me and you're being mean. And you are not that one guy who really listened. You are full of hate. Yeah, Calvin, ecumenism is the name of the game for sure. Yes.
As of very recently, there have been a couple leading King James onlyists who in various ways have acknowledged that. But it's felt to me like pulling teeth. That over the years, these same folks have just steadfastly resisted me and never just said, yes, that is a false friend. I myself misunderstood it, or the people in my church are likely to misunderstand it. I'm glad Mark has brought this to our attention. They've had real trouble clearly acknowledging what I would just call reality here. I totally get that my King James only brothers are going to come to a different solution. But I just don't think that the very people who have said to me my entire life, look it up, dear, go to the dictionary if you have a problem with the King James. And I go to the dictionary and I say, here's the relevant sense. I'm going to get it on the camera here. Here's the relevant sense. It's named as obsolete or archaic in the dictionary. What are you going to do about that? I do feel that for many years, I just didn't get a clear acknowledgement that that simple fact was the case. Now,
because Mark wants to get the glory or something. It's like he's sort of turned up and he's like, look, here's a word that's old. And we're like, yeah. And he's like, you didn't know that word. And some people are like, oh, yes, I did. And other people are like, well, okay, well, yeah, if it's out of context, I don't know it. But in context, yeah, now I looked at it, yeah, I thought about it. And other people are like, oh, I just looked that word up. But then he's like, okay, now I'm really going to get them. I'm going to talk about, the words I don't know that they don't know. Well, how about we look at a category of words that have been redefined by modern Bibles, and people don't know that they don't know that they've been redefined, like the word generations to genealogy, like the word unicorn, which means a rhinoceros, to a wild ox. And it says you can't tame the unicorn, but you can tame an ox. And so these are words that are being changed. People think they're just updates, but they're just completely changed. I could probably name 1,000 of these that are in modern Bibles. Words that just mean something different, specifically with animals. I mean, you're looking at some Bibles saying that the Leviathan and these other animals described in Job, for example, like one of them has a tail like a cedar log, but then in many of these Bibles are saying it's a hippopotamus. Does that have a tail like a cedar log? When you picture a cedar tree, like I remember cutting down 8 of these when I was like 12 years old, like cutting them down. They were massive trees. And if an animal had a cedar log tail, it was like a huge dinosaur. It had to be. But these are just redefined in these new Bibles. That there's many things that are redefined. In New King James, instead of the righteousness of the saints, it's the righteous acts of the saints. It's different. That's not the same thing. There are many differences. And so I'm just thinking of a few off the top of my head, but I'm sure that we could get a list of 1,000 by the time Mark gets his 100 false friends. I'm sure that we could get false definitions in modern versions. I'm sure we can make a list of that. And then why isn't Mark focused on them? And half the time too, you'll go to the NASB and it will have a definition, and the NIV, it will say something different. They have two different definitions. So A. Hannah says, but you can still advance in your Bible learning, even if you did not get the nuanced meaning at the first, second time. You still get it. And one day you'll then get it further, but the words are there. Well, that's the thing with the Bibles that he's promoting. I know he's only saying New King James on this platform, but then on the other platform, he's like, whatever Bible you want, whatever Bibles you read and all this sort of stuff. But you'll get the 42 missing words. You'll go, oh, halt, I understand that. But the 42 missing words, you'll say halt means lame, yay. And then there's a whole story gone. And he's not concerned about that at all. So this is the thing. Mark sort of compartmentalizes everything. And he'll have a lane here where he's like, okay, I'm only talking about the King James. I'm only talking about archaic words. And he talks about that. Then when he's talking to confessional bibliology, he's like, which TR? And then he'll turn around and go, the KJV parallel Bible. Well, I'm just trying to show people that the Textus Receptus and the critical text are pretty much the same. And then he's like, in his books, it's just English updates, but he doesn't realize that you can't only just talk about one thing. He's talking about all these other things. And so we go, oh, well, here and here. He goes, hey, you can't talk about this other thing that I was talking about. That's a different category. And you can't talk about this. And it's like, well, we can talk about whatever we want. If you've brought up something and it's wrong, we're just pointing that out. And if you're bringing up text criticism and saying, the TR and the critical text are pretty much the same, why don't you go with the TR then? Just solve all the problems, Anyway.
Now that's really starting to change. And I'm getting something more of the argument that I wanted, which is, okay, given this problem that we have to agree exists, whether we all agree on every individual example of false friends or not, I'm actually fine with that. You can dispute me on individuals, but the phenomenon exists. Now what are we going to do about it? And the answer from the King James only world was always, there's no problem at all. You're totally making this up. But if you do have a problem, you can use the Defined King James Bible or use a dictionary. Mm-hmm. And I was like, well, that's kind of contradictory. Now I feel like the other side is being forced to say, all right. There is a very small problem. We do acknowledge it. But you can.
Who wasn't acknowledging it? I mean, D.A. Waite, Defined King James Bible. How many people was he influencing? With the Dean Burgon Society. Jack Mormon was a major part of that. Kirk DeVitro, major part of that. Phil Stringer was a major part of that. There's a whole bunch of people who were there. What's his name? Williams. I'm pretty sure he runs the Old Past publications. These guys are very influential. And then the Trinitarian Bible Society. How influential are they? And so Mark's like, no one's even thinking about it. And then Mark comes along and states the obvious, and we're like, yeah, you got me there. Now I'm seeing that there's old words in an old book. You know what I mean? And see, Mark sees me being hateful here. I'm just pointing out that he's just not being true. He's not being honest. He's trying to promote himself here. He's trying to make out that no one is doing what he's doing, but plenty of people are doing what he's doing. There are plenty of pastors teaching about archaic words and things like that. I mean, even I've worked on this and worked all those words out. and so people can just read that along with it and go, oh, that's what it means, And I actually made that. The first main reason is because we're doing Bible translation into foreign language, and I got sort of tired of updating the King James so that they could understand what I was talking about in English, so that foreigners who could read English could go, well, let's just translate that first as a draft, and then we'll get into the details later. So that was one of the main reasons why I actually started that. So anyway.
You can use the Defined King James Bible or use a dictionary. And I actually feel like that's a major advance, just to get the leaders to acknowledge that there are false friends. Now they'd want to call it something different. They want to call it semantic shift that comes from Kent Brandenburg. I don't know what else they want to call it. But I don't care what you call it. I guess I care a little. I would prefer people use my terminology because I think it's
because use your terminology because you want to be the guru,
helpful and established. But I don't care if you call it something different as long as you're acknowledging the phenomenon and actually doing what King James have constantly said to me from the very beginning. We just need to teach people. We need to raise them up to the level of the King James. And I just want to say, do it, do it, do it, do it. And if you don't acknowledge the problem, you're not going to do it. If you don't have the tools that I'm offering, and they don't come from me, right? The label sort of comes from me, not really. But the basic tools are just the way lexicographers define English words. I'm not making anything up here. If you don't have those tools, you're not going to be able to teach your people how to read words they don't know, how to even be aware that maybe sometimes there's a word that they ought to recognize. Maybe language change is affecting my ability to understand this. So overall, it has felt like pulling teeth, but some of the teeth have now come out and they're lying on the floor, and I'm happy.
Yeah. Well, even yesterday, I can't think of what word it was. I was working on my message for Sunday, and I wish I could remember what the word was, but I was looking at one verse.
I'll look it up.
What's that? I can't.
Well,
I don't remember what the verse was. It's escaped me at the moment, but I remember though, even as I was studying that and I was going, I remember just thinking, this word is not used very much in the Bible. And I was like, I better make sure my definition's right, because, I wanted to make sure it wasn't a false friend.
Yeah.
And even just, again, kind of the awareness that I got from this book on some of that, it's caused me on certain words that are not in the Bible very much, that if I am going to kind of make a big deal about that word and I'm defining it a certain way, I take some time to check, just because.
That's awesome, man. I love that.
And I caught myself doing that yesterday, and I was like, oh well, I guess maybe that's one area where, and of course, and in that case, I was right on how I defined it, but at the same time, I do check.
Yeah.
More often.
And another praise for you, Tommy. Here we go. Get people on your podcast and they're going to say nice things about you, but this is very much sincere. I thought this before I came on. You said something in your conversation with Dan Hafley. You mentioned that you hadn't really gotten into Hebrew and Greek. I don't remember particularly what you said your level or experience was, but in the King James only world, what I frequently hear next is, and I don't need to know that, whether because the King James is perfect and therefore I don't need to know Hebrew and Greek, or because I didn't need to go to seminary and I don't need to listen to all these egghead academics who are just trying to take my Bible away from me. You didn't say that. You said it in a humble way that acknowledged this is a limitation on me. And I don't think that should be so difficult for people to do. Both sides should clothe themselves with humility. I just said their selves. What a great scholar I am. Yes, I've studied Hebrew and Greek. I've done it at an advanced level. But you know what? There are people in Greek and Hebrew who are massively better than I am, and I've got to be humble before them. And what I've always felt like was the King James only world has responded to a genuine problem. They have seen arrogance in people like me who know the Hebrew and Greek and talk down.
You see, just the whole mindset of this. It's like, man, like anyone from the Dean Burgon Society with their level of Greek would run rings around Mark. People from the confessional bibliology groups. Like, I remember when it was Chris, he was doing the, study Greek in a year thing. And, people were doing that and they were doing online tests. And some people have gone on and they're ripping through the Greek language, reading the New Testament in Koine Greek every year. And they would just run rings around Mark Ward, and Mark Ward's just sort of making out that he knows the Greek language. I really don't think he knows that much. When I've seen him try and pass things, when I've seen him try and describe what the Greek's saying, usually he's all over the place. If he's in an environment where he can record it and he can edit it and things like that, he seems confident. But on the fly, he just completely struggles. And so, but then he's making out that he's like on a pedestal. and the King James people are lower, and people are coming to grips with that and recognizing that. I know Tommy McMurtry is just like, look, I don't know Greek and Hebrew, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But that's not the story of everyone who's holding the King James in their hand. There are plenty of people who have done the hard yards, learned the original languages, and they can. They're looking down at Mark, saying, "Hey, hang on, you don't really have the goods. We don't listen to you because you're wrong on many things, and you've got an agenda."
To them, and then they react by saying, I think they overreact by saying, "Well, I don't need to know all that junk. That's just, it's arrogance." Well, how could it be arrogance? Fundamentally wrong and prideful to learn Hebrew and Greek, the original languages of Scripture. So my side needs to be humble, and your side in you was humble when you said.
So my side needs to be humble because we're so good, and we know like the Greek language, and it's like we have to be humble because we're way up on the ladder, and it's like, oh, look at us, we're soaring above these King James plebs. We have to humble ourselves, It just makes me irritated just to hear it. Like, how can someone think so highly of themselves? And especially when, like, I just know so many people who know, like the amount of knowledge that Mark Ward has on manuscripts, on the whole issue of bibliology is like 5%. I know people who are like 50-60% that they know so much more, and Mark just includes them in a big sweep. They know nothing. And he counts himself, I guess he's talking about people who he's associating with, what's his name, John Mead and Peter Gurry and these other people. It's like, well, we're right up on the ladder, and we look down at you poor little plebs. We've got to be humble because we're so good. It's so hard to be humble when you're so good.
That you didn't know the languages, and you said it in a humble way, not in a prideful, boastful way. Mm-hmm. So we should expect that we have something to learn from one another, and it doesn't just go one direction.
So Mark's just made himself the teacher and Tommy McMurtry the student, where the reality is, the vast majority of the time, Tommy McMurtry doesn't need Mark Ward to teach him anything. He already probably knew that there's old words. I mean, even with me going through the Stephen Anderson eschatology stuff, a lot of the time he's reading through and he goes, well, this word means this. That's just an old way of saying that. And he's doing all this correction stuff. Tommy knows how to do that. He knows how to look up words. He knows, oh, that's an old word, I'll look it up. Or, oh, that seems like a strange little way of saying it. Let's look that word up. Let's do a word study on this, He could do without Mark Ward completely.
That kind of humility goes a long way with me.
Right. Well, and again, like I personally, I don't think I'm confident enough in this translation.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm in agreement.
That I think I will be fine without knowing the Hebrew and Greek. If I thought I really needed to learn Hebrew and Greek to get everything that this Bible has for me, I would probably work a little harder on it. But so when I say that too, I'm not putting, I don't even want to put forth this idea that I think it's like somehow superior or something like that. But I am saying that when it comes to that argument too, that's why I kind of stay out of that.
Right.
And
right.
so
that's the point. Right. You're doing it exactly right. Because, and I agree with you. Maybe people.
Notice Mark's become the teacher now. I know the languages.
Will be surprised to hear me say this. You can know God's word just through an English translation or just through a French or Spanish or Russian or Urdu translation, whatever your heart language is. You can know God's word better than a scholar when it comes to all the doctrines, all the teachings of God's word. Where the original languages come in is at the finest level of detail, and especially when it comes to controversy. when Christians disagree, there are times when it's necessary to appeal to the Hebrew and Greek. And that does mean that you're right to say when it comes to this debate, there are things for you to step away from, because how could you comment on them, right? That's to be expected given the way God made the world and the way God inspired his text, inspired the Bible. He gave it to us in two different languages, Hebrew and Greek, that probably in the whole history of the world, I would guess, nobody has spoken both of those as a native speaker. We're all going to have to encounter God's word, at least a part of it, in translation. And now, effectively, all of us have to encounter God's word in translation. God is the one who gave us this situation, and we have to humbly acknowledge our limitations when it comes to it. And I think the way you framed it is good.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So
to me, it was just sort of like Tommy McMurtry's like, well, I don't know Hebrew and Greek, but I've got my King James Bible, and I think that's good, And I understand there can be like a bit of a lowbrow group in the King James only crowd who are just like, oh, we're against reading Greek and Hebrew. But I don't think Tommy's saying that. And I think, he's, I've listened to a fair bit of his preaching, and it's, he's pretty good on things where I agree with him. It's like, yeah, that's good. Things I disagree with him, I'm like, well, that's bad. But I sort of feel like Mark Ward's just grabbed that and gone, well, I'm the teacher here. I know more, and so you have to listen to me. Where at the end of the day, a lot of the things that people teach about the language is wrong. I mean, that was one of the things that was brought up about Michael Heiser. I was like, well, what's the name of God? And it's like, it's Yahweh. And it's like, no. Like, just last week I had a Hebrew expert on my program here. It's clearly saying it's the name of Jehovah. And he gave many, many examples. And it's Yahweh is just, it's almost like I was thinking, because I was just in Pakistan when the mosque 5 times a day, it's just, there's mosques everywhere. You just hear them. And they're saying, Allahu Akbar, like this. And they say it in a certain way. And I was like, I think these guys are saying Yahweh, like they got the, sort of this little tone at the end, and they're actually saying Jupiter, which is so bizarre. And so here's Michael Heiser, like, I know these languages, and all this. And it's like, he doesn't even know what the name of God is. Like, how do you give him much hope for much else? It's like not knowing. I'm a Christian. So what's the name of your God? It's like, you don't say Jesus, you say Yahumalamalia or something. It's like you're just making up a word, or you're saying Zeus. It's like, no, it's Jesus, not Zeus. But these guys are saying the exact pronunciation of Jupiter, Yahweh Pitta. It's just insanity. But yeah, anyway, and usually you go through the whole thing of agapeo and phileo. Oh, they're one's for God and one's for I love a pizza or whatever. But as I went through in a couple of videos back, there's synonymous. And even in this, I'm just reading Berry's Greek as I'm just here, just sort of looking over it. And even in this, in the back, they've got a whole section on synonyms. Where is it? Okay, it's got a lexicon, but it has a thing on synonyms somewhere. And it clearly says that phileo and agapeo, I found the page. Lo and behold, I will show you. So it is raw, actually, wrong page. There, to love, agapeo and phileo. Agape and not phileo is the word used for God's love to men. However, is once used with this meaning. So this is a dictionary of synonyms. And so as I went through in one of my recent videos, Jesus says, hey, Peter, do you love me? He used phileo. And then he said the second time, Peter answered and said, yes, I love you. And he used agapeo. I'm pretty sure it was that way. And then he said, do you love me, phileo? And then he said, yes, I agapeo you. And then he said the third time, do you love me, phileo? And then Peter said, I've said 3 times, I love you, and it's agape. So proving that they're synonyms. They all just mean love. And so anyway, half the time you hear, some of these Bible teachers, and they're not saying that these are synonyms. They're saying all sorts of strange information, but clearly even in berries, it's like a New Testament list. It's just called New Testament synonyms in that section. So anyway, let's continue.
Now you need I need to put on my hardcore KJV on.
So Calvin Clemens says, did you catch that? He doesn't think Paul and many others spoke Hebrew and Greek or was equally bilingual. He literally said no one in history. I think he said no one in history has Greek and Hebrew as their native tongue. So I guess when he's talking about Paul, he probably grew up speaking Hebrew. But see, that's the thing. Like someone like Timothy, he grew up with a Greek mother and a Hebrew father, so he would have probably spoken both languages. And that's the thing. Like when you're monolingual, like Mark, like I know he knows a bit of Spanish, but it's like my wife speaks 4 languages, and when they're at home, they speak Punjabi. When some people visit, they speak in Urdu, because some people only speak in Urdu, some people only speak in Punjabi. They speak both. They grew up with both. So they're fluent in both. Like my wife can watch all the Indian dramas in Hindi, understand them all. She watches all the Sikh dramas, of the Punjabi ones. They're always the funny, guys with the turbans and they're having fun. And, they're usually comedies. She watches all that and knows every single word. She listens to Urdu, watches Pakistani dramas and songs and gospel songs, knows all that, and knows English. Like grew up speaking English as well. And so any one of those languages, someone fluent in those languages can speak to her and she understands it. And that's just my wife. You know what I mean? She's not a linguist. She's not in university. She's just a humble woman of God. And so, I think Mark just needs to sort of get out more. He needs to follow someone like Alexander Orgales, who can speak 60 languages. Follow him. He'll tell you all about Hebrews who speak Greek. And, Timothy's a great example. He would have spoken Greek and Hebrew at home.
Only I have
foam right here.
Yes. Yeah. I got to get the foam ready. But so I do want to ask you some questions, because again, people from my side, there are problems they have. There are things that they think, whether it be just or unjust. There's things that are being said. And so I think it's important that we just, we're going to say these things and address these things with you present. So these are questions / accusations, I guess you would say. So I'm going to throw out some different accusations that people have said about you that maybe I've even said before. I don't know. I've only talked about on this podcast, as far as I know, on that last one, and then I did one review of the debate. But anyway, so I'm just going to throw these out because people are saying this stuff. So first one is Mark Ward is attacking and casting doubt on our final authority. He's basically the serpent saying, "Yea, hath God said." What do you say about that?
Yeah. I
actually like there's one thing, like I disagree with Tommy McMurtry on his eschatology and his soteriology, but I actually like the way that he does a lot of things. Like he's a really likable sort of character, and the way he does this, it's like question and answer. Like it's not me asking this is just a general sort of thing. And he's like, you're just attacking the word of God, just like Satan did with Eve in the garden. And then so he's basically like asking this, but he's sort of making out that it's just a general sort of thing. And can you answer this? And I think it's great. Yeah. And you can see Tommy McMurtry sort of smirking a little bit like, this is going to be great. You know, regardless of everything that's been said, I'm just going to throw this hand grenade and let's watch the show, you know.
I just want to ask people to put themselves in the shoes of regular Christians back in 1611. Let me pull out my King James here. When the King James was released, and, you know, conservative Christians that I think we would identify with, that if we met, we would just feel affinity for, I think a lot of them were using the Geneva Bible at the time. What if one of those Geneva Bible users said to, you know, the scholars promoting the King James Version, of course it wasn't called that back then, but what if they said, you're questioning God's words, you're taking my Bible away from me? How would you respond? You know, is it possible to revise a given Bible translation? You know, if it's not possible, if changing besom to broom in Isaiah 14:23, that's my classic example. And I used to mispronounce it because I don't actually know the word besom. I don't use it in real life. I had to go look it up. After years of mispronouncing it, I realized it's besom, or besom sometimes it's pronounced. If changing besom to broom is changing the word of God, then the King James itself is inspired in a way that the great majority of fundamental independent Baptists who, you know, are King James only insist to me that they're not. That's Ruckmanism. It's saying that the King James itself is equal in authority in every respect to the originals, and has the special touch of God that the originals had. So I'm not questioning God's words to say that it's time to update besom to broom any more than the King James translators were questioning God's words when they changed all kinds of words from the Bishop's Bible that they were revising into the King James Version.
Yeah, and you can tell me if I'm wrong too, because when I read your book, I didn't get the sense, because I mean, sometimes I hear people say this all the time and I take issue with it when they're like, well, you know, a better translation would have been this, or this was a mistake by the translators, which in your book, you don't seem to be saying that. You seem to be saying that, no, what you're reading in your King James Bible is accurate.
It's excellent.
It's just not, it's hard to understand today. Right.
And the reason is not because we're dummies, not because the King James translators made mistakes, but because of language change, which is nobody's fault. You know, if it's anybody's fault, it's God's fault. God made languages to change. They all change. We're not aware of any language out there that just stays the same. Even Latin has changed over time. You know, it stopped being spoken by the regular people, but was still spoken by a bunch of scholars in Europe. But ecclesiastical Latin of the Middle Ages is different than the spoken Latin of Rome. So I'm saying we have to take that into account. Yep. I'm with you on that.
Yeah. Now tell me, help me out on this too, because this seems like this is something we exclusively fight over in the King James only world, and it's mainly the dispensationalists that do this, but it's not exclusive to the dispensationalists, but like synonyms in the Bible. So there's an argument I heard years ago and everybody went nuts over it. And I remember when I heard this, I was just like, okay, I don't know other languages. I only speak English. But even when I heard this, I'm like, okay, this doesn't seem to make sense. So have you heard the whole Jesus quoted the italicized word and man should not live by bread alone? Have you ever heard that argument?
I haven't heard that. I'll look up Matthew 4:4.
So yeah, in the Old Testament, it says man shall not live by bread only, but by every word.
8:3, I think, yeah.
Right. And then if you look in the Old Testament, I believe the word only is italicized, if I remember correctly. One of those words is italicized. But then when you read it in English or in the New Testament, it's not italicized. And so what people will say is Jesus quoted the italicized word, therefore the italicized words are inspired. But it's like, but wait a minute. You know, that doesn't make sense, because maybe when it was translated in Hebrew or from the Hebrew, they had to add the word, you know, for it to make sense. Where when they translated it from the Greek, they didn't need to add a word because it was there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm looking. It's actually the word, not the word only, but you're right.
Okay.
Deuteronomy 8:3, King James reads, He humbled thee and suffered thee to hunger and fed thee with manna, which thou knewest not, neither did thy fathers know, that he might make thee know that man doth not live by bread only, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of the Lord doth man live. And I'm looking at it here, man, that I'm looking at the Hebrew, therefore, from the mouth of God. Yeah, that's an example then of what I talked about, that when it comes to matters of controversy, the final court of appeal is got to be the Hebrew and Greek.
But do you really think that Mark's there just with the Hebrew? Do you really think that? Like even with the Greek, I think he's there with an interlinear. I think he's there with Strong's numbers and all that coded to it, and in his Logos Bible software, and with English definitions. And then he's looking at a word going, okay, that's just one word. Okay, that equals these two words. And he might, click on it and it's got a parsing system or whatever. I don't think he's just reading through it. Like if I was in the chat here and I said, hey, Mark, can you just read that in Hebrew? He would go, but then he's like, I'm a Hebrew expert. He's just looking up stuff in an interlinear. Anyone can do that. Tommy McMurtry can do that. I can do that. Anyone can do that. A child can do that,
Think that it's understandable that people who speak only English or only French or only Spanish or only Russian, or I always end that list of languages with Urdu, just to remind people it's not just Indo-European languages that we need.
Yeah. Makes me wonder why you talk about Urdu, because if Mark was really into the Urdu people, I've done an Urdu Bible translation, but he's into the critical text that they have there, and lots of people use the critical text there, and it causes problems. So anyway,
we need to talk about, but all the languages of the world, some of which have no bearing, no relationship to Indo-European. That I presume, came out of some totally independent, language that God invented at Babel. All those languages operate differently. And when we encounter the God's word only in translation, we can tend to treat it in what I would call a superstitious way. Like it's not a human language anymore. It's only a divine language. And so we're trying to scrape as much meaning out of it as we possibly can. If you look in the Old Testament and you look at the italicized words, most frequently, those italicized words are what are called copulas. It's the word is or are or be. It's a connector word, a verb. Because in Hebrew, you can just leave that out and it's just assumed. And that's true of many languages today, but it's not true of English. There are cases when you can do it, but it doesn't make for a good English translation. So those words have to be, quote unquote, added in.
Yeah, it was a friend of mine, a French guy, and we were talking about linguistics, and I was talking about the silent K on knife and things like that, and he was saying, it's nothing like French. And there was these two huge French words, and he said, whenever you see them in the French language, you never pronounce them. And he said, they're there, but you never speak them. And I was like, you're joking. He said, no, the French language is a lot harder than English.
But they're not added in. They really are there. That's just the way it has to be expressed in English. And I see people get tripped up by this kind of superstitious approach to these things. And a good example would be Proverbs, 14:1. The fool hath said in his heart, or is it Psalm 14:1? The fool hath said in his heart, there is no God. The passage I'm talking about. And I've heard people say that, well, there is, I'm looking this up, see if I can find it in my paper Bible, not Logos. It's Psalm 14:1. The fool hath said in his heart, and then there is italicized. There is no God. And I had a clever roommate who told me in my freshman year, that's it. The fool has said in his heart, there is no God. And my clever.
So I think when Tommy McMurtry brings up this Bible software or anything on the screen, it just creates this weird echo. But I'm sure he'll sort that out.
roommate said, actually, you see the there and the is are italicized, which means they were added by the translators, which means they aren't really in the Hebrew. So what this is really saying is, the fool hath said in his heart, no God, as in like direct address, no comma God. And that was so clever. I'm a freshman in college. Oh man, what a great insight. Well, years later, I took Hebrew, and again, this is the kind of thing, when you're in controversy, you need to appeal to the Hebrew and Greek. And I realized the word for no is not the very same as the English word. It actually is the word for non-existence of. So the King James translators were right to put in those italicized words, because that's the way you have to express it in English. But people who don't understand the Hebrew and Greek, they don't know why those italicized words are there. So I don't know that I'm prepared to give a detailed exposition of Deuteronomy 8:3 versus Matthew 4:4, but I'm seeing the same phenomenon, that people who don't really know why those italicized words are there, because typically those words are demanded by English, and they really are therefore present in Hebrew or Greek. It's just that Hebrew and Greek is able to express them in what's called an elliptical way. They can be assumed. People who don't understand that end up treating those italicized words in a sort of a superstitious way.
Yeah, and there seems to be a lot of superstition, because, for example, too, in that it says man shall live by bread only, but then Jesus said alone. And then you've got the people that are like, there's no synonyms. If we see a different word being used at any point, it's trying to convey some kind of different meaning. And
exactly.
And again, I'm always fighting with dispensationalists about a lot of this stuff, especially with prophecy, and they're always creating divisions where there are none, and I just showed an example on the previous podcast I did, showing where in Hebrews it talks about the New Testament, or the blood of the testament, and then in the Old Testament it says blood of the covenant, and you've got a lot of dispensations saying, well, the New Testament and the New Covenant are two completely different things, and it's like, what? That doesn't even make any sense, contextual sense. But they've created these entire doctrines basically from the fact that two different words are being used, and even though it means the same thing.
Right. And this is a great example of what we talked about, that at the point of controversy is when you need to bring in the Hebrew and Greek, and the Greek uses the same word. It's the word for covenant, right? And so we know that it's supposed to mean the same thing. And if you read the King James preface, which I really, really, really wish more King James onlyists would do. I love it. I love the preface. I said in an interview recently, I have a keyboard shortcut here. If I hit caps lock 6, and I have caps lock mapped to hyper key for those true nerds out there, it brings up in Logos the translators to the reader in the King James Version, because I reference it so often. I've got it all marked up with highlights.
He misquotes it so often.
And one of the things they explicitly say is that we're not going to tie ourselves to an identity of wording. And they give examples here. Like, if in one place we translate a given Hebrew word with the word travels, we feel free to translate it with journeys somewhere else. To insist that we have to say travels in both places, they said savors more of curiosity than of wisdom. Honestly, as of this moment, I'm not sure what curiosity meant to them back in that day. That's when my little false friends alarm just went off. I would want to go look that up. I've been meaning to do that. But whatever it is, it's not good. They're saying that kind of letter perfect accuracy that people demand in translation isn't wise. And it's actually not possible. The King James translators, I've checked thousands of words to see Hebrew and Greek words. How do the King James translators translate this? I did it again yesterday with one. And they translated the same word that appears 4 times. They translated it 3 different ways. It's the word closet in Matthew 6. Go into thy closet when you pray. It's also translated, if I remember right, secret, chamber, and storeroom. Why did they do that? Well, a superstitious person who's using the English as the final authority is going to find some massive distinction between these. And if the New King James, for example, translates them all the same way, they're going to say they're changing the Bible, not recognizing, well, it's the same Greek word. They have a reason for what they're doing. Yeah, I don't think that every Christian needs to learn Hebrew and Greek. I just don't see how the Bible calls us to that. But those who don't know the languages although they can know their Bibles incredibly well, and again, I mean this when I say they can know their Bibles better than a Bible scholar, they ought to gain some sense, as you have done, Tommy, for where they ought to stop. Like, okay, when I get to this level of controversy with other Christians, I really don't know what the Hebrew and Greek are saying. So
basically, like, for about 15 minutes of this, Mark Waters just basically said, I know the languages, you don't. And so Tommy McMurtry is just being humble and just saying, hey, I don't know Greek and Hebrew. And the thing is, unless someone knows Greek and Hebrew to a certain level, they should never say they're fluent at it. Now, if I turned around and, asked, Mark, some basic questions in Greek, he most probably wouldn't know what I'm saying. And I understand you can be literate in a written language and not you can't speak it, you can have that type of fluency, but I don't think Mark is fluent in Greek or Hebrew. He hasn't demonstrated that he is. And so it's just usually what apologists are told to do is just fake it till you make it and just pretend that you know these languages. And when you say I know Greek, usually it's like they know the alphabet, they know diphthongs, they know some verb endings, they know they can spot a noun, nominative, plural, singular, things like that. But at the end of the day, they're not going through, they're not able to just go through and read a verse and just tell you exactly what it is. Like if you got something, just from the book of Luke, say, for example, and you just read that to them plainly, they wouldn't know what you're talking about. And they would be like, oh, I don't speak it like that. I don't know that type of fluency. And so they don't really know the language. Like, can you imagine someone who's like an Indian guy? Okay, I've got lots of Indian friends. But imagine someone said, I want to teach your children English. They knock on your door and say, I want to teach your children English. But they say, hello, I want to teach children English. And it's like, oh, sorry, I don't think you can speak it that well yourself. It's like, me fluent. It's like, well, no, you're not. And the thing is, he probably knows more English than Mark does of Greek and Hebrew. And so that's the thing. That's why a lot of people point out that the level that a lot of these guys are on, a lot of these apologists are on, is just like what Bart Ehrman said. They flip-flop through dictionaries and just go through some lexicons, but really they're just sort of fudging it. And Bart Ehrman, you might be able to say a Greek word to him, and he's been schooled by Metzger, and most probably got schooled on this book, Lexical Aids for Students of the New Testament Greek by Metzger, with the 500 words. And so you're like, angelos and anthropos, and he can tell you what it means. But as far as the intricacies of the words, for someone just to know a whole bunch of English words, but they can't put together like a paragraph, you wouldn't say that's really even beneficial. Because people, like I get people all the time saying, oh, this English word, they look up etymology or whatever and they get things wrong. They talk about the word church means a circle, it's a witch's coven and all this sort of thing. It's like, no. Or the word Easter is from Ishtar and all this stuff. It's like, oh, no. And there's lots of fallacies, but oftentimes these people only know a tiny bit of English, or so a lot of the time you get people from the Nordic countries coming against the King James, and so that's why I appreciate Helg, and what he says. And I actually went through his article on the New King James, and that was very helpful. But anyway, let's continue.
I better kind of back off, at least hold this view that I have more lightly than I have been.
Right. And yeah, and so you had mentioned there too that that's why we would need to go appeal to the Hebrew and Greek. But for me, what I do to prove, whenever there's a controversy on something like that, I'll just prove through use of the word, context, and all that kind of thing. But these people, they do, and I only hear this in the King James only world. And when I hear stuff like that, it frustrates me greatly, because it's like, you guys are really making our side look bad. And, so yeah, but I was kind of interested in your thoughts on that, but I've got a lot more of these accusations I need to get to.
Okay.
But,
I better let you get to them.
But yeah,
Fire away.
Whenever we hear people, and again, well, I'll let you defend yourself, but Mark Ward thinks he knows better than the King James translators.
Well, let me just say, I respect the King James translators very greatly. I believe they did excellent work. And you can call me a liar out there if you want. You decide between you and God if that's charitable and accurate.
Well, usually we're used to James White. See, Mark Ward would never just come out and say, well, I disagree with James White here. They never say this sort of stuff. So you sort of got to guess where they stand on it. So you're like, oh, so you think that they didn't use the Granville Sharp rule, or you think that they knew Latin better than they did Greek, and you think that they weren't really interested in the Greek, and that they were all interested in Latin, or Erasmus was, and all these type of anecdotes. So see, this is the sort of stuff that James White's been talking about for years and years. So when Mark Ward comes along and it's like, well, I'm the new kid on the block with the King James issue, oftentimes we're like, well, do you think the same thing? So that's where I would say, okay, well, yeah, me and Will Kinney, we disagree on this, and this, and we're fine with that. But these guys hardly ever mention where they disagree. He hardly ever critiques anyone on his side, where he should turn around and say, hey, I don't agree with James White. I think James White is vitriolic. I think he's toxic. I think he's a slanderer. It's been proven that he's like that. And but yeah, anyway.
But my love for the King James has increased because of my work on it in the last few years, because I've seen, similar to what Dan Avely said in his interview with you, I've seen the level of care to which they go. But I love, okay, people tell me, I'll try to be brief with this so you can keep firing away these things. People tell me that they haven't changed. I'm calling for change. They haven't changed. I understand why they're saying that. The King James only folks are saying, well, we're sticking with the same thing we've always had. But I say, what is the reason we have this in the first place? It's because, among other things, we had a Protestant Reformation that recovered the doctrine of vernacular translation, the necessity. If we're going to teach people to observe everything Jesus commanded, that's the entire Bible. We need to give the plowboy God's word in language he can understand. That's the principle that needs to remain unchanged. When you insist on exclusive use of any given translation, over time, it's going to come in tension and ultimately violation with the principle of vernacular translation. That's what happened with the Latin Vulgate. I've publicly said we're not there yet with the King James. It's still clearly not fully unintelligible like the Latin Vulgate is to the plowboy. And so we can disagree as Christians. When is the point where we need to do something about this? I think we're there. Obviously, Tommy, you don't. But you do think we need to do something. We need to teach people, presumably the false friends. So for me to say it's time for change is not to criticize the King James at all. I wish the King James only world could at least give me the charitable recognition that at least what I think I'm doing is not attacking the King James, but attacking King James onlyism.
Yeah, because and I've told people that before too. It's like, well, I don't think he's saying that the King James translators got it wrong. I think he's saying they got it right, and he's just saying that
in Job he says that they got it wrong.
Yeah, it is. It's about people just today don't understand it because the language is changing 400 years. But another accusation is Mark Ward doesn't think a little change is a big deal. But when you mess with the word, you're messing with our doctrine. Changing one word can have major doctrinal implications. For example, I wanted to give a couple examples. Saved versus being saved. When we are arguing doctrine, we make a real big deal about stuff like that. To me, that is a big change. The story of Philip and the Ethiopian eunuch. We have been fighting as Baptists for years, about baptism being for believers, and when they leave out that verse, "See, here is water." What did they?
37.
If thou believest. So these things, these are not just a matter of opinion of the translation and text and all that kind of stuff. It's stuff like this that causes us to form our doctrine. And all King James people, we think that we will let the words of the King James Bible dictate our doctrine. And so adding an S sometimes makes a big difference. And so
heaven versus heavens.
What's that?
Yeah. Heaven versus heavens.
Yeah. So these,
and that does make a huge difference. Like New King James is in error in its first verse, and in the New Testament, it's in error there again by having the genealogy of Jesus, and 17 verses are affected.
Little changes
and the virgin birth attacked
are a big deal. It seems that you're downplaying a lot of that.
Yeah, I in a way, the only way to really answer this is to go over literally every change in the New King James, let's say, that King James only is subject to, and let's see, is what you're saying so? Obviously, we don't have time for that. So how can I speak more generally to this topic? Here's a few things I would say, because I really could go on and on about this one. I've thought a lot about this. Number one, if King James onlyists want to be taken seriously by those of us who are now in the majority, you're now a minority. I'm not like mocking you or insulting you. I think I'm just observing.
Narrow is the way that leads to life.
Yeah, right. Well, that's a good example. If you want to be taken seriously in your complaints about, I can't remember what passage it is, Matthew 7, people complain about the way the New King James adjusts that, then you need to show that you're willing to give on areas where there really is no change at all. So besom to broom. Like, if we can't agree that that's okay, or as Christopher Yetzer, I think, has said, all way to always, that's got to be okay. If we can't agree on those really obvious, simple ones, where it's clearly an archaic word in the King James, and we don't use it anymore, it ought to be, in principle at least, okay to update it to the current equivalent that's also accurate. If we can't agree there, then we just don't even need to have this discussion, because the real problem is not that, you and Dan Hafley have looked carefully over the simplified King James and the modern English version and the New King James, all TR-based New Testament translations, and just, in all honesty, just felt like they weren't as accurate as they should have been, to a sufficient degree that we just can't trust the whole thing and recommend it to people. If you can't accept the most basic, adjustments, updates of archaic words, then actually the King James is just being treated superstitiously. It is a Ruckmanite view in which the King James is perfect, and even the change.
It's not a Ruckmanite view. Many people have believed the King James is perfect, and who don't follow Ruckman. People before Peter Ruckman have said the King James is perfect. John Bunyan said that the King James was akin to the originals.
Change of one syllable ruins the magic, but so at least let's start there. If we can build common ground on, yes, I acknowledge that some words we don't use anymore, we use differently, we can update those. Well, that clears away a ton of the disagreement. But then when we get into the individual places where people raise concerns, like 1 Corinthians 1:18, I think that's when some humility needs to be brought in, and people who say that need to, right after saying that, they need to say this, give a caveat, a disclaimer. I do not read Greek.
So this whole interview, Mark's just like, you don't know Greek, so you won't understand this. Where, like, at the end of the day, yes, you can translate it as being saved. But there are also things in a historical setting, like you're calling Mary the mother of God. Now, that might prove that Jesus is God, but it also opens up a can of worms that Mary is the mother of God. And so it's bizarre. And so for people who are into Mariolatry, this fits right in with them. They love that type of thing. And so you can translate it that way, but you're going to open up a whole can of worms. If you talk about being saved, us who are being saved, no, it's clearly talking about us who are saved. And so, this type of thing, yes, you can translate it the other way. You can translate it as you are being saved, but it's not appropriate in the context. So this is one of the things. These guys usually, because they're only looking at lexicons, they go, well, that word fits, like with the word, be diligent, spedauzo. They're just like, be diligent. That's what it means. Look at the lexicon. See, there, I win. And it's like, well, no, look at the context. Every word is defined in its context. There's a lexical definition and there's a contextual definition. And you've got to look at every word in a lexicon, but also understand its context. And oftentimes these guys don't understand the context, or they don't read the context. Many times in these modern Bibles, you can just see where they've just gotten a word off the shelf, slotted it in there, and it doesn't match the context.
I don't actually know why the New King James translators did what they did, but it sure seems to me that it can't be right for these reasons. But at least give that disclaimer. Mm-hmm. And then that should open up the possibility for people who do know Greek, even in the King James only world, to step in and say, okay, well, this is why they did that. I would like to see, and I'll end with this on that one. I would like to see something I hardly ever see. When I have dug really deep into Chuck Surratt of Ambassador and Albert Hemd, who's a more Calvinistic King James defender, Trinitarian Bible Society, those materials get used by the King James only IFB world too. When I have dug really deep into their complaints about the New King James Version, there was only one place where I thought, yes, that guy, Albert Hemd, he accurately represented why the New King James translators did what they did. He still disagreed, but he accurately represented their position. Otherwise, I never see that at all. What I see is people saying, well, this is part of some, conspiracy on the part of the New King James translators.
It doesn't matter if people have the wrong reason or motivation, you know what I mean? Or, they're accusing someone of, a greater plan or whatever. If they've exposed something that's a truth, that truth should stand by itself. And so if, like I've pointed out, heaps of places where the New King James departs from the Textus Receptus, where the New King James has contradictions, where the New King James says the opposite thing. And I guess Mark just writes it off and says, well, Nick says is toxic, and he's named Ryan said trick players and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, well, I'm just easily dismissed. And if you say things, see a lot of people they'll even look at the monetary system and say, well, the dollar's going up and down. Well, it's just because these big companies, BlackRock and others, they're manipulating the market. I mean, that might be true, it might not be true, but it's like, it doesn't change the fact that the money's gone up and down, and that's the thing that we're looking at. It doesn't matter if someone thinks that it's a big conspiracy and there's a black pope involved or whatever, but half the time when we look into what you guys are actually into, Faith Life, Crossway, when we look at Carlo Martini, when we look at the Vatican, utilizing the United Bible Society text, the Slater text, we're like, oh, it's sort of not that far-fetched. But usually you just mention these basic things that even these guys know. They're like, you're a conspiracy theorist. It's okay to have a conspiracy theory. If you see a problem and you're like, well, I actually think it's because of this, that's fine. But Mark should just overlook the people's speculation and go, well, actually, they've got a good point that this word doesn't match up here. And I don't know what Mark does with Hebrews 3:16, where the whole verse is ruined in the New King James. 1 John chapter 3, verse 16, where of God is deleted. How does he justify these things? Because either the New King James guys made a deliberate departure or they made a mistake. Now, I've given the benefit of the doubt and gone, well, I think because they did it in like 1979 and in 1982 and 1984, they probably had things like this. This is a berries, which follows. It says it's the Textus Receptus, but it's the 1550, which there's several readings that are different, and from Beza's and from the underlying King James, and so it has a King James in the parallel, but then it has, Stephanus's text. I think I said Scrivener's. Sorry, it's 4 o'clock here in the morning, and so. When you look at of God, it's not there in the text, but it's in Beza's. And so they didn't have the internet back then. Many of them probably didn't have access to a whole bunch of things, but they should, this is something they should know, or this is something they should really have gone through and proofread properly, but they didn't. So they didn't do a thorough job. And so you go, well, they're incompetent. If they make big mistakes like that, I mean, if one person makes a mistake, I understand. I've made mistakes. But if there's a whole committee of 130 people and they're cross-referencing and everything, surely someone should have looked at that and gone, hey, we're missing these words. But they didn't even put it in a footnote. And so it's just an error. I could point out dozens and dozens and dozens. I think I can point out 500 errors in the New Testament in the New King James alone.
Translators to change sound doctrine. And, that just does not work with the list of very conservative people who worked on that translation. Show me that you're willing to change Besom to Broom. Show me that you're willing to understand and represent accurately the reason why the New King James translators updated something in the New King James. And then we can talk about 1 Corinthians 1:18. I did do a video on that with Dwayne Green. People can look at if they're interested. But it's hard for me to really listen to the complaints of the King James only world when they won't do those two other things.
Yeah, and I definitely see where you're coming.
So you have to do this and do that before this happens. It's like, okay, that's just his way of getting around it. A. Hannah says they also create new Greek rules that they put in place post-Enlightenment and use that as justification to retranslate a different way, affecting doctrine. Yeah, and even the compilation of the Greek text, the type of rules that the shortest reading is the most accurate, the hardest reading is the best. But even like things like the Granville-Sharp rule, they're like, oh, well, he knew the Granville-Sharp rule was after the King James, and so what would they know about it? And they didn't use it. I've heard James White say they didn't use it, and I'm like, Beza speaks about it. If you just read Beza's annotations in Titus 2:13 and 2 Peter chapter 1 verse 1, where the Granville-Sharp rule is used, and James White in his book messed it up and used the 1550 Stephanus text and doesn't have the correct Greek there, so he doesn't really even represent the Granville-Sharp rule properly. Beza explains the rule, and it's pretty clear. And but yeah, when you listen to people like James White, they just make this sort of stuff up, and people parrot it. Oh, the Granville-Sharp, A. Hannah says, I'm back. She was very loquacious. That's different. I'll have to look that one up. That's a false friend.
And so I guess, I'm, like I said, we're trying to bring up more of the emotional arguments than the intellectual arguments. So for me, while you wouldn't have a hard time convincing me to switch Beeson to Broom, you've got like nephew to grandson or something,
right,
something like that.
Yeah.
I'm still scared to just give the okay on something like that, because while, these ones that we're mentioning, I'm convinced, I've looked into that. I guess there's a fear that, we might change something somewhere else that actually might change a meaning somewhere. And so what it comes down to for a lot of us, even if we recognize certain things, for example, too, all of us, when we're out soul winning, we change words all the time. Simply.
But can't you see the hypocrisy? So I'm actually going to shut it down pretty soon. And I'll do a part 2 later on. Can't you see the hypocrisy? Mark was like Beeson and, Beeves and, this type of thing. We've got to change it. We've got to change it. These mean something. They're so important. But then he's like, the critical text and the Textus Receptus, there's hardly any change. They're pretty much saying the same thing. I've got a whole website showing that they're pretty much the same. And it's like, why is he so concerned about these one little word here and there, but these other big issues he's not concerned about? He just has a double standard. And so I looked up that word, which I won't try and pronounce. Talkative, voluble, gassy, gabby, talky, yakking, gibbering, babbling, chattering, gossiping. You been gossiping? We'll go a little bit further, and then it's still got 45 minutes to go on this video, so I'll definitely be doing a part 2.
I do it too. I've always done it.
Yeah, simply by saying, we'll read the verse, but God commendeth his love towards us, and we'll explain what the word means a lot of times. We will translate the word into a modern English form right there, when giving somebody the gospel. So I think it's, we're not being consistent when we act like you just absolutely can't do it without completely changing the meaning. But there is a trust issue that we have in the King James only world that I don't really know what the solution is of that. But I do,
because it's been people like Mark Ward, who are disingenuous, like people like Westcott and Hort and others. They've come along and said, we'll just update the King James. They snuck in this Greek text, heaps of deletions, heaps of changes, and on false premises of a Lucianic recension that was completely debunked when the papyri was found. And no one believes in that anymore, but they've dethroned the Textus Receptus, and they just keep this story going. And it's like, there's no reason that we should have done that. It's that's the trust factor that these guys have been like, we're going to fix the King James, we're going to do this and do that, and they end up with the Westcott and Hort mess, the revised version, and that's just created a whole bunch of problems in Christianity. And even the New King James, you can trust us. The 1979 version was closer to the King James and to the Textus Receptus, and they amended it and they changed it, and they've gone back on their principles, and so we'll go for a little bit longer, and I'll shut it down.
When I think of some of the most prominent King James onlyists that know the languages really well, I still don't trust them, because a lot of these people too, even ones I know personally, I'll take a Stephen Anderson, for example, who, I'm not in fellowship with anything, but I do know him personally. I've been around him a lot, and I have been impressed at his knowledge of languages and things like that.
He's a smart guy.
Yeah, he's definitely a smart guy, and knows languages really well. But at the same time too, I also hear the way when he's got an agenda and he's trying to preach something, I hear what he does with the scriptures sometimes that's very disturbing. And I feel like what even most King James onlyists would do, if they were translating the Bible into a more modern English, I'm afraid they would mess with certain words to slant it towards certain doctrines that they have. How do we get past these trust issues? Because they're there.
Yeah. And Dan said,
and the trust has been broken by people like Westcott and Hort creating this mess. And now by the Nestle Alarm guys, they've had Unitarians work with Westcott and Hort on the text. You can tell it's nearly, I've turned into a pumpkin. You've got Carly Martini, Bruce Metzger, all these heretics work on the text. You've got all sorts of weirdos, and it's like, that's why we just don't trust that anyone in the academy will offer anything that's close. And so it would have to come from people who follow the Textus Receptus. in the King James, New King James world, those people were not TR people. Some of them were Byzantine, some of them were critical text, and they clearly did not have respect for every word. They didn't respect that the King James was the word of God. And so, anyway, I'm going to shut this down. Avery F has just turned up and said, we don't get past it. Yeah, we don't. I love all my brothers and sisters in Christ. Thank you, Nick, for bringing this darkness into the light of Jesus Christ and his holy word of truth. A Hannah says Spark Board. Spark Board. That's name for Mark Ward. Would be more apt to side with the Unitarian Westcott and Hort text than to concede that his philosophy is flawed and that these readability issues can be overcome. He just doubles down. Yeah, he doesn't really see, well, I think he does. He's heard the argument so many times, and people are just saying it straight to his face now. It's definitely going in, and it would have an impact where he would be thinking, but it's interesting because he just said when he was in Bob Jones University, he read a ton of Ruckman material. Like, what's that? So he's gone Ruckmanite. So that's why everything, he's got a hammer, everything's a nail. Everyone's a Ruckmanite because this is what he's learned. So when he's approached, confessional bibliology, TR people, he's just like, well, they're all Ruckmanites. That's what he labels everyone, So, so I'm about to shut this down. But Permafrost says, "What are your guys' take on Trump? Trump's all Jesuit team." I don't know. I haven't really followed the politics in America. I used to follow it quite closely, but now I'm more like, well, it's sort of like watching the WWE stuff. It's sort of like the entertainment wing of the military. The 1,000 military bases around the world. I don't think much is going to change. It might change in America, but then again, hopefully, Trump will, try and get Imran Khan out of jail and a whole bunch of stuff. But I mean, what can you do? Permafrost says too much time spent on Mark Ward, laughing out loud, proven liar. A Hannah says good night, Nick. Yeah, I've turned into a pumpkin. I can't even talk properly, and so it's 4:15 in the morning, so I'm wrecked. So God bless you guys. I'll see you on the next round. I'll play my fancy little outro. Calvin gets the last word in. I believe he knows exactly what he's doing, and he is in league with the Counter-Reformation. And yes, Trump has always been surrounded by Jesuits. Okay. All right, thanks, guys. God bless you.